Oh, it's my bad.
Thank you.
No, that was good. Operator error.
We're back.
One may be seated. I think we're still waiting on one juror. Good morning. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Who is this? Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Reynaga, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
My name is Erica Renaga, ERICA REYNAGA.
And Ms. Reynaga, what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic scientist with the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland, Texas, in the Biology and DNA unit.
And how long have you worked there at the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland, Texas?
It will be 8 years in June.
And what type of work do you do there again?
I am trained to examine evidence for biological materials, as well as the DNA analytical process and DNA interpretation. Within each of these areas, I can issue reports, document my findings, and testify when necessary.
And what type of training and education did you have to qualify you for the job that you now hold?
I have a bachelor's of science with a major in biology and a minor in chemistry from Bowling Green State University, and a master's in forensic science from the University of Central Oklahoma. In addition to that, DPS does have a very extensive training program. It's modular based, so we will start with basic DPS and court proceedings, as well as the readings and our licensing exam that is required by the state of Texas. From there, we will move into our specific training field. I started with screening, and then we, as the years moved on, I added on to that with the analytical and interpretation processes.
With regard to your ability to do your job on an ongoing basis, do you have regular proficiency testing as well?
Yes, we are required to proficiency test twice a year.
Now, the lab itself, is that lab accredited by some organization?
Yes, we are accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board to international and FBI standards.
And are they also recognized accredited lab with the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes.
Now, with regard to when a case comes into your lab, is that case given a specific number assigned to it to help track the evidence through the laboratory procedures?
Yes.
Can you explain how that takes place?
Once the agency brings in the evidence to our evidence receiving section, they will enter they will open a case within our laboratory information management system, and it gets its own unique case number. So for our lab, the first three are letters, so GAR for Garland, because that is where the case originated within the TKS system. And then it will be the year and month, a 4-digit series, and then followed by that is the case for that year, just chronologically, how many cases we've gotten in the year.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, a different witness testifying several documents were admitted in evidence at that time. And I'm going to show you, first of all, State's Exhibit number 297, State's Exhibit number 298, and then State's Exhibit number 300. Do you recognize those documents? You don't go through every page, but just as far as looking at the outer document, does it appear to be associated with the same case that you're testifying on today?
Here, I would prefer the shield here.
That's all.
Yes, so these would be the submission forms that was submitted with the evidence, as well as the DNA mouse screening and biology laboratory reports that were issued by Jacqueline Ferrer.
And does it indicate on the date in which the case was submitted to the lab there?
Yes, this would be the date that this evidence was submitted.
And for purposes of the record, is that 2/21/23?
Yes,
And the number that you were talking about being assigned to the particular case, is this number start with the letters GAR?
yes.
And would you read that for the record, please?
The case number is GAR-2302-02863.
And would that number be associated with any lab reports or any work that is done on this case throughout the entire process?
Yes.
How do you make sure that that takes place when you work on a specific piece of evidence?
So when an analyst gets the evidence to analyze it initially, they will look at the evidence and make sure that the case number, as well as any identifiers that are agency related, match what we have in our system with the submission form. As they work their case, they will also add our case number as well as their initials and date for when they worked the case. Any samples that are cut or collected will get its own unique item number, and our agency case number will be associated with that as well, and that's through the entire process. So for examination of the evidence as well as the analytical process and the interpretation process.
And so for tracking purposes, if a certain item is given a certain number, and then a sample is taken from that item and then sent further in the process, and maybe that is further divided, how is that documented through the process?
So we have outer item of packaging, say it's 01. Any samples or items within that packaging will be 0101, 0102, so on and so forth. If we collect, let's say we swab an item from 0101, it will then be 0101 AA, and it will kind of go further and further. So swabbing will be one, the cutting that we took for the DNA extraction or analytical process will also be a further number.
And so numbers kind of get long over time as far as what you're looking at, but if you look at those original numbers, you can tell where it came from, what item that came from. Correct?
Yes.
All right, so as far as you personally, have you ever testified as in the area of DNA comparison and the analytics that go with it?
Yes.
Here in courts in the state of Texas?
Yes.
And about approximately how many times have you testified?
About 25 times.
And specifically in this case, are you familiar with this case, the GAR 2302-02863 that we just showed the jury?
Yes.
And can you tell us specifically, is that a case that involves a victim by the name of Athena Presley Monroe Strand
Yes.
and a suspect by the name of Tanner Lynn Horn?
Yes.
And can you tell us, just describe for us what part of the testing process that you took part in?
I took part in this case by doing the analytical process for a portion of the evidentiary samples as well as the known samples that were submitted in this case.
And which, okay, so you talk about samples and known samples, kind of boil that down for us a little bit more so the jury kind of understands the difference between the two things.
Yeah, so evidentiary will be any samples that we collected from the evidence that we received. Known samples are samples that came from an individual. We know exactly who it came from, so we can say that it's definitely their DNA on whatever that sample is. So it can be either a blood card or cheek swabs, which we call bubble swabs.
All right. And did you have both of those things in this case? I mean, were both of those things submitted, I should say?
Yes, we did have knowns from both individuals.
And that would be from which individuals again?
From Tanner Horner and Athena Strand.
And just kind of walk through the analytical process that you handled, and describe which items that you handled and what you did with those items.
To start, the analytical process is a 4-step process. It starts with extraction, and that's where we're going to add chemicals and heat to our samples to get any DNA off of those samples, break open the cells to release the DNA into solution. We're going to do several washes to purify it, so at the end we just have a purified liquid sample that is our DNA, and that goes through the rest of the process. In cases where there's, through our analysis, the screening portion, that first step, there's an indication that sebum may be present, we will do what's called a differential extraction, and that's where we will separate that one sample into 2 parts, one part that would contain sperm cells and one part that would contain any other cellular types, so skin cells or blood. So that's the first step. The second step is quantification, and that's where we're going to see how much DNA is within that sample, and if possible, or not if possible, but if present, we can also detect if male DNA is within that sample. The third step is amplification, and that's where we're going to make millions of copies to better visualize our DNA profile in the last step. And then our fourth and final step is separation, and we're going to put the sample through an instrument that can separate out the DNA strand based on size, and it can give us a graphical representation of the profile. That profile is what is used for our interpretation process. Within this case specifically, I mentioned I did do the knowns for each individual.
Okay, hold on for a sec. So you said the knowns, you're talking
Yes.
about buccal swabs, in the blood trial. Is that correct? at this point?
I believe it, yes. I believe that was a blood card and buccal swabs. I'm not for sure on the blood card, but it was definitely buccal swabs from Tanner Horner.
Okay. On the buccal swab from Tanner Horner, what did you do on that?
It would have been that DNA, that four-step analytical process.
So if it would already have been put into some type of state for you to be able to do what you did, correct?
Yes, it would have been cut by the analyst who did the first report.
And who was that?
That would have been Jacqueline Ferrer.
And then once that tip of the swab was cut off, how much cut?
For buccal swabs, we will cut a half of a swab.
And, but if there were 4 taken originally, only one of the swabs was used to go forward, is that correct?
Yes, there would be 3.5 swabs left.
All right. So any further testing needed to be done, those would be available.
Yes.
So with regard to your part on the buccal swab, kind of walk us, you did tell us kind of, I know that you described the 4-step process, but physically, what did you do? You know?
So Jacqueline would have cut the sample and placed it into a labeled tube. When it was my turn before I would get it, our tubes are verified by another analyst, making sure we have all of the correct samples and that they're in the correct order based on our paperwork before we even start the process. And then once I get it, I will also verify that I have all of my samples, and I will add for that first step, add the chemicals to start the extraction process. But along the way, I am making sure that all of my samples are in the correct order to match all of the paperwork. Some of our instruments do require a second check by another analyst to make sure that the layout of our instruments are correct. After my entire process, another analyst will review the paperwork that I generated within my batch and do the net data analysis step as well, just to make sure they agree with all of my findings.
And what is the goal with regard to these known swabs? What are we trying to accomplish? I don't want to put the words in your mouth, but you know, what are we trying to develop out of the known swabs, the buccal swab, the blood card?
I mean, there's no real difference between the evidentiary and the knowns as far as the goal. We are just processing them to see if there's DNA present, and if there is, to generate a profile from the samples.
And that's what I was getting at. So based upon the known swabs, are you able to then generate a specific profile that goes one with the suspect, Tanner Horner, based upon the buccal swab, and then one with the victim, the finger strand, based upon the blood card?
Yes, the samples, the profiles generated from those, we would know came from those individuals.
And then are those profiles used to compare with profiles that are developed off of evidentiary items?
Yes, that is our interpretation process.
Okay, gotcha. So what other than the buccal swabs, what items other than the buccal swabs did you participate in this analytical process for?
The evidentiary samples that I processed in this case were the sperm cell and epithelial cell fracture from the vaginal swabs.
And that would have been something that was submitted and initially looked at by Jacqueline Ferrara, is that correct?
Yes.
And what would she have done prior to you looking at that?
She would have done our male screening process. So taking a small cutting, doing a quick extraction to see if there's any male DNA present. If there is, then we will take half a cutting from each swab if there's only 2 to go through the traditional DNA process.
And so was that done with regard to the swab? You did that particular thing with regard to just one of the sets of swabs from
Yes.
the sexual assault kit, correct?
Yes, she would have cut just the vaginal swabs from the kid.
And what did you do with that item? You said you processed it like you did the buccal swabs?
It went through the differential process that I spoke of earlier, but all 4 steps are the same. We just do them separately from all the evidentiary samples get done separately from all of our known samples.
And if I were to show you,
Yes.
Is there some markings on what has been admitted to state's exhibit number 270, the same thing? Are there some markings to show that that was processed at your lab under the same number that we're talking about today?
Yes, it has our case number as well as Jacqueline's analyst identifiers.
And she would have been the one to take it. She would have been the one to take the swab out here.
Yes.
what other items besides the buccal, the known samples and then the vaginal swab did you participate in?
Those are the only items within this case that I did anything with.
And with regard to the work that you did on this case, are there specific procedures and processes that you are familiar with that have to be followed during the work that you do?
Yes, we do have a standard operating procedure for everything that we do.
And did you follow those specific procedures and processes in this case for the items that you analyzed?
Yes.
And do you have any other work that you did on this case that you feel is relevant to the analytical processes on any of the other findings in this case?
No.
That's the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Allen. I actually don't want to talk before. I think I just have maybe one question for you. You're talking about you processed the vaginal swabs. Did you process the rest of the sexual assault kit?
Only the vaginal swabs went forward, Virginia, during the batch that I did.
And you did not do any microscopic analysis for the presence of sperm.
Correct.
And that is required to confirm the presence of sperm.
Yes, it's required to confirm. It is not a requirement for our processes.
Right, now,
Yeah.
for you to go ahead and process the DNA, but just to confirm that
confirm.
that is contains sperm and not a filler cell or something else, you would have to look microscopically for this spermatozoa.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Just to, can you explain the reason why you would have only looked at those particular swabs instead of all of the 6 swabs?
So based on the male screening results from Jackie's analysis, she decided that those were the ones to send forward. At the time, we were only sending a few samples forward. We didn't send everything. Additionally, sometimes there isn't enough male DNA within a sample that we know that we would get them within the profile. Sometimes there's too much female DNA that would overpower that male DNA.
Understood. And are there, initially, you send some stuff forward, is it able to then make the decision to go ahead and send everything forward that can be tested?
That is a process that we can do. That was just not something that we did in this case, and I'm not sure what her results were, if there was anything else that was eligible.
Okay, understood. So you're not familiar with what other items would have gone forward, other than what you worked on?
Correct.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
So, you worked on the vaginal swab, that would have been for the April 19th report. Are you familiar with that report?
The DNA report,
Yes.
I'm not sure which report that one would have gone. It would have probably been the first one.
It would have been?
Yeah.
So the first report from Kristen Casota on the vaginal swabs from Athena Strand, it states that it's 299. Has not been admitted yet, sorry. In that report, it's the probability of obtaining the profile of DNA came from the victim and one unrelated unknown individuals 2 times. Oh, wow. Sorry. I'll say that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object from, if you want to submit the report at this point, that's fine, but object from reading for some outside of evidence that she, from a report that she did not issue.
Well, let me start with that. That's a big enough question. Are you familiar with that report?
If the vaginal swabs are on that, I would have done the analytical process for that report, but I did not write the report.
Now, you mentioned Ms. Ferrara's report.
Sorry?
Ms. Ferrara's report, Jackie's report
Yes.
on the male screen.
Yes.
And on that report for the oral swabs, she did not detect the presence of male DNA.
I'm not familiar with the report either. I just know what she sent forward for DNA, and that's what I processed.
And initially in spring of 2023, that was only the vaginal swab.
Correct.
That's what it was.
Mr. Chair, just one thing. Is there a difference between the finding of inconclusive and finding of excluded? You understand what I'm saying? It says that the detection of male DNA on item was inconclusive. Is that the same as saying there was no male DNA?
For what type of report?
Well, may I approach you? Yes. Just,
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence in State's Exhibit number 298. Now, this does not pertain to the vaginal swabs, it pertains to the oral swabs. But with regard to the finding on there, it was classified as what?
This is for the DNA male screening laboratory report. The oral swabs, the detection of male DNA on this item was inconclusive, utilizing the Plexer HY quantification kit due to the low male quantification value. So for this report, we are not doing any type of comparisons. So we are not making an inclusion or exclusionary statement. This is based strictly on quantification results from that male screening process. So this indicates that male DNA was detected, but based on that quantification value, it was not eligible to send forward for our traditional DNA process.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Bell?
Not this one, sorry.
May she be excused up to any potential reason?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
State House Amber Moss.
Amber Moss. Wait, please, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been seriously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Barry?
thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Moss, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Hi, my name is Amber Moss. It's AMBERMOSS.
And Ms. Moss, what do you do for a living?
I am a DNA Section Supervisor 1 at the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland.
And so you're a section supervisor. What does that mean?
So what that means is that I manage a team of analysts and I triage cases that are assigned to my team. I'm also still qualified as an analyst, so those duties include examining evidence for the presence of biological fluids, cutting samples and preparing them for the DNA testing, then actually performing the DNA testing itself for either our autosomal testing or our YSTR testing, performing the DNA interpretation, the YSTR interpretation, and then also performing technical and administrative reviews, and then testifying in court if necessary.
With regard to your participation in the case that we're here today on, are you familiar with the Garland Lab number 2302-02863?
Yes.
And is that the case where the suspect is Tanner Glenn Horner and the victim is Athena Presley Monroe Strand?
Yes.
Now, as far as your personal background, what type of education did you have?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Texas A&M University at Commerce, and I also have taken postgraduate classes in population statistics and molecular biology from the University of Texas at Dallas.
And how long have you been working as a forensic analyst?
I've been qualified as an analyst since January 2000.
So approximately 26 years,
Yes.
right? So with regard to the process or your involvement in this case, was it actually as an analyst, or kind of describe what your part was in this particular case?
So for this case, I was not an analyst involved in the case, but as the DNA section supervisor, my team handles capital murder cases. And so what that means is that when the cases are received, I will contact the agency to clear up any questions that we might have, determine whether it's going to be a death penalty case or not. And then I communicate with them to determine if we have any questions about what items to test and moving forward with our testing.
You know, there's specific guidelines from the Texas Forensic Science Commission related to death penalty cases that you're required to make sure get followed.
Yes, DPS has a policy in place that if a case is determined to be a death penalty case, then we will communicate with the attorneys on that case and determine what items will be tested. If items will be depleted, we will let them know that. And then sometimes in some of those cases, those depleted items are processed a little bit differently.
And that's kind of where I was going with that. Let's talk about you. You have some type of special licensing or to do your job, or is it just through the lab?
No, as an analyst, I'm licensed by the Texas Forensic Science Commission.
Okay. And is the lab also accredited by that same organization?
The lab is accredited by the commission, but we're also accredited by American National Standards Institute, National Accreditation Board.
And is that sometimes referred to as ANAB?
Yes.
Okay. Or ANAB?
Yes.
With regard to that, those specific rules for death penalty cases, if it becomes apparent that there is an item that would be depleted, well, first, let's talk about what depleted means. Would you explain the concept of something being depleted?
So for us, when we say that an item will be depleted, it means that either the swab that was used to collect cells, or a blood stain or stain on an item of clothing, for instance, we would need to use that entire thing, that entire item, either the swab or the stain itself, in order to perform the DNA testing in hopes that we get a complete DNA profile.
And if it becomes apparent to you along the process that certain items would be depleted, you said that you contact somebody about that, is that right?
Yes, we do. For capital murder cases, we do.
And who would that be?
So it depends on each case, honestly. So a lot of times the submitting agency, so like the local police department, is our agency contact, and they are relaying the information to the attorneys. But for a lot of the cases, the attorneys are involved early on in the process, since it is a capital murder case usually. And so a lot of times we're relaying that information to them as well.
And I'm going to just ask you, you talk pretty fast.
Sorry.
It does remind somebody you were not in Dallas, so yeah, the other day. So just kind of slow yourself down slightly. With regard to that process, you communicate the fact that something is going to be depleted. Is there some requirements for further testing if it is determined that something is going to be depleted?
So our policy, we're required to let the agency know or the attorneys know, and then at that point, they can discuss and determine whether they give us permission to actually deplete that sample, and we perform the testing on that, or if we end up not testing it at all, or sometimes if those samples would go to a different lab to be tested.
And in this particular case, you're familiar with Jacqueline Ferrara, or formerly Jacqueline Winston.
Yes.
And she did some of the initial screening in this particular case, is that right?
Yes, she did.
And then we just heard from Erica Reynaga, and she did some follow-up analytical work related to that initial screening.
Yes.
But after that point was done, had there been a number of items that were identified that would potentially be depleted by further testing?
Yes. Since Jacqueline was the biology analyst, she was the one who examined the evidence itself and was the one who determined these certain set of samples would need to be depleted going forward for DNA testing. So at that point, she made a list of those samples, and we relayed that information to our contact information, or to our contact for the case. And I believe the district attorney's office at the same time, and I'm not sure if the defense was notified at that same time or not.
Was a decision made that before we went further, we did any further testing on anything, that we needed to get some type of court approval to move forward with the depletion items to determine what lab that should take place at, whether it was your lab or a different lab?
Right, so actually, part of the DPS policy for death penalty cases is that we will examine the items of evidence for the presence of biological fluids, collect those samples, but we will not move forward with any DNA testing until we have a court order, whether that is in regards to the depletion samples or samples that will not be depleted. So a court order is required for us to move forward for DNA testing, and then in that court order, they need to specify how the depletion samples will be handled.
And was it clear, for some period of time, can you tell us whether or not it was clear to you as to whether you should move forward at your lab with those items, or whether it was going to be ordered to be done at a different lab?
There was conversation in this case about, and there was some time where it was being decided where those depletion samples would be tested, whether it initially, it was offered like we would test all the samples at the DPS lab, but there were certain conversations that then it was going to be, that set of samples, the depletion samples would be tested at a different lab. And then it was sometime where it was being determined which lab that would be.
And ultimately, was a decision made to go to a different lab for the depletion items?
Yes,
And was that ordered by the court?
yes.
And was, when did that transfer of items to that lab take place?
So once we got a court order indicating that the depletion samples would be going to a different lab in April of 2025, I gathered those depletion samples, put them into a separate container so that they could be shipped out to that other lab. And then there was still some discussion about exactly when we should send those samples. So they had been separated but not sent yet. And then they were sent in May of 2025 to the other lab.
So already in evidence, we have State's Exhibit number 298, which is the DNA male screening laboratory report. And we have State's Exhibit number 300, which is the biology laboratory report. Those were done in March and April of 2023, correct?
The biology report was June of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. You're right, I looked at the wrong report when I was saying the date. So March for the DNA male screening report, March 16, 2023,
Yes,
and then June 14, 2023 for the biology laboratory report.
yes,
No further reports were issued until after this transfer of evidence was able to be accomplished to the other lab for the depletion items, correct?
correct.
Right, so over 2 years to get that accomplished, is that right?
Oh, I'm wrong. Wait. So we do have a DNA report, but it's from 2023, but it doesn't pertain to the depletion samples.
Yeah.
And then after that, correct, there were no more reports issued until the issue of what samples would go forward for DNA testing and the depletion samples was resolved.
So ultimately, where was the depletion samples, where were they ordered to go?
Where were they ordered to go?
Yes, where were they ordered to go?
Ultimately, they were ordered to go to a private forensic laboratory called Bodie. It's in Lorton, Virginia.
And is that another lab that is also accredited by the Texas Forensic Science Commission, to your knowledge?
Yes,
Because there are some specific rules related to death penalty cases as to what type of labs can test those. Is that correct?
I believe the statute indicates that it has to be an accredited laboratory, and I'm pretty sure the statute also refers to the Texas Department of Public Safety Laboratory.
Yes.
But any testing needs to be done by an accredited laboratory.
Understood. All right, so that testing took place and was a report issued from the lab, Bodie lab, on the items that have been submitted that were considered to be depletion items.
Yes,
And have you had opportunity to view that report?
yes.
I'm not going to introduce it at this time, but once that transfer has taken place and Bodie had those depletion items, did the DPS lab in Garland then go forward with the rest of their testing? Or sometime during that, when in relation to that, did the DPS lab begin testing the items that they retained that were not depletion items?
In this case, once we had the initial court order listing the samples that would be tested, we knew that there was still discussion about the depletion samples, but we'd already identified those samples. So any of the non-depletion samples, we proceeded to start preparing those for DNA testing and then started DNA testing on that set of items at the DPS lab while we were still getting information about the depletion samples.
Understood. So ultimately, it was, what was the date that the final reports were issued here from the DPS Garland lab?
The DNA reports, we have a supplemental DNA laboratory report dated September 15th, 2025, a biology and DNA laboratory report dated September 15th, 2025, a YSTR laboratory report dated September 15th, 2025.
Can you explain the difference between the regular DNA report and a YSTR
report?
Yes, so our regular DNA laboratory report refers to our sort of mainstream testing. It's our autosomal testing. So that tests for male and female DNA. It just tries to copy whatever DNA is present, human DNA is present on a sample. The YSDR testing is male specific, so it will not pick up any female DNA that's present in the sample. It will only focus on male DNA present in the sample.
And is that YSDR process, is that, for lack of a better word, more sensitive? How does that work?
It is a little bit more sensitive, but it's more specific because it's only targeting male individuals. And so it is useful in, it's more of a specialized type of testing, I would say, because it's useful in some samples where you have a high amount of female DNA and a small amount of male DNA, and that female DNA overpowers the male DNA in our normal autosomal testing. And so the YSDR testing allows us to only focus on the male DNA present.
So was there both autosomal, if I call it SDR testing and YSDR testing, is that correct? Or is that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So was there both types of testing done at the DPS lab in Garland?
Yes,
And depending on the item in the sample, is that right?
yes,
And was there also, to your understanding, both types of testing done at the Bode lab,
yes.
depending on the sample?
Yes.
Do you have anything? Oh, I think you actually did do one other thing on this case with regard to preparing some type of samples for one of the other analysts before they looked at them. Something related, I believe it was to Elizabeth Seastrom. Is that right? Yeah, I could be mistaken about that.
Jacqueline was already, had already left the DPS laboratory when, once we were able to get a list of samples that needed to be cut and the court order listing those samples. So Elizabeth Seastrom is a different analyst who actually cut the non-depletion samples to be processed at the DPS lab.
I didn't know, as far as, I think it was just separating out which samples she was supposed to be dealing with going forward.
No, I just gave her a list, like Jacqueline's list, and they were the ones that needed to be depleted were marked, and so she did not cut those samples.
All right. And you made sure that everything was clearly delineated as to what went to Bodie and what stayed at DPS Garland.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on this case you feel is relevant as far as the ultimate conclusions in the reports that were issued in September of 2025?
No, I mean, I was involved in the review of some of those reports, but no.
Based upon your involvement in the review of those reports, do you feel like the processes and procedures that are set out in your own internal guidelines, as well as the Texas Forensic Science Commission, were followed in this case?
Yes.
Absolutely, Mr. Honor.
No question.
They just wouldn't take excuse, I think, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
They call Elizabeth Seastrom, Your Honor.
Okay, Elizabeth Seastrom. Give me, wait, mate. Just have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Barry?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Seastrom, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
My name is Elizabeth Seastrunk. That is spelled Elizabeeth. Last name Seastrunk.
Can you just kind of tell us what you do for a living, first of all?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Texas Department of Public Safety's Crime Laboratory in Garland, Texas.
And did you have to, what kind of education did you have to qualify you for that?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry, Molecular, and Cellular Biology from the University of New Hampshire, as well as a Master's of Science in Forensic Science with a concentration in Forensic Biology and DNA from Oklahoma State University Center of Health Sciences.
And as far as your duties, well, let me ask you, how long have you been working there at the DPS Garland Lab?
I've been working at the Garland Lab for about 3 years, but moved into the DNA section about 2.5 years ago.
And so that would have been after November 30th of 2022, correct? That you moved into the DNA section?
I moved into the DNA section in October of 2023.
Understood. So after you, well, first of all, was there a different analyst that had left as far in conjunction for personal reasons, family reasons, that at the time that you came into the lab, or did you overlap?
What do you mean by that question?
Jacqueline
Oh.
Winston, Jacqueline Ferrara.
I had moved into the DNA section while Jackie was still there.
And so, but after she left, were you asked to do some work on the case where the suspect is Tanner Lynn Horner, the victim is Athena Presley Monroe Strand, and that has a specific Garland case number GAR 2302-02863.
May I refer 2 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
time, what were your duties in the DNA lab?
I'm trained and qualified in serological testing, so that includes testing evidence items for the presence of blood or any potential semen stains. I also collect trace evidence. I prepare samples for DNA analysis. I also write reports. I will review other biology analyst reports and testify in court when needed.
And were you asked to process certain samples related to this case as part of your duties?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about your sort of training and background to be able to do those things. Can you just briefly kind of give us a synopsis of that?
At DPS, we go through a modular-based training program that includes lectures and readings, as well as observation, us observing a qualified analyst. There's also a period of supervised and independent practices. There's a competency exam, as well as written exams. There's a comprehensive oral examination and a mock trial as well. And we go through a period of supervised casework before we are authorized to perform independently.
And then all that being completed by the time you were working on this case?
Yes.
Now, can you tell me a little bit about the specific samples that you were asked to deal with in this case?
I was asked to deal with the samples that Jackie had previously cut out from the physical evidence items, or she had taken swabbings of those items. And there was a coin envelope that contained all of those samples, as well as the swabs that the agency had submitted that Jackie had previously tested and retained as well.
And then what was your duties related to those items?
I had prepared those samples for DNA, so I had cut my own portion of the stain into a label tube. And for the swabs, I had cut the entire cotton head portion off of the swab head and placed that into a label tube as well.
And when you talk about a stain, what are you talking about?
The stain is the physical cutting that Jackie had taken from the physical evidence item. So she had identified stains and cut them out and retained them into a Ziploc baggie. And I had retrieved those cuttings that she had taken and cut my own portion from that.
So, for instance, if the stain was on a pair of blue jeans, whether it's the suspects or the victim, she would have taken and actually cut that stain out and retained that. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then you came behind her and cut out a smaller portion of that to send forward for the testing.
That's correct.
Okay, what else?
And I had cut the swabs that were retained. So I had cut the entire cotton head portion off of the swab stick and then retained the remainder of the swabs.
And did you have any further work in this case that was relevant to the actual results that came out in the final reports in September of 2025?
No, my role was simply to cut the stains and place them into the label tubes for the DNA analyst.
And did you follow all the proper protocols and procedures?
I did, yes.
Have someone.
Cross-examination.
No question, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
State calls Ruby Kelly, Your Honor.
Ruby Kelly. We can do that, okay? So I'll see you back in 15 minutes, okay? Everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Kelly.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the jury?
Ruby Kelly,
And would you spell your first and your last name?
Ruby Kelly.
And what do you do for a living, Ms. Kelly?
I am a forensic scientist in the DNA section
And where specifically?
at the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 6.5 years.
And what type of background and education did you have to, first of all, be hired to do that job?
I have a Bachelor of Science with a major in biology and a minor in chemistry from the University of North Texas, and a Master of Science in Pharmaceutical Sciences with a concentration in DNA analysis and serology from the University of Florida. And I also have a license through the Texas Forensic Science Commission.
And in addition to you being licensed by the Texas Forensic Science Commission, is the lab accredited through that same organization,
It is, yes,
as well as ANAB?
correct.
Now, since you've come on, once you were hired there, what would have been your duties since you've been there?
My job duties include screening evidence for the presence of biological fluids like blood or semen, performing laboratory procedures for DNA analysis, making interpretations and comparisons of known evidentiary profiles to known reference samples, preparing reports of my findings, and testifying in court.
May I approach your?
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to show you 297, and which shows the suspect, the victim, and the lab report number. Are you familiar with that particular case that we're talking about today?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to that case, did you perform some work that was ultimately reflected in the final reports that were issued, I believe, in September of 2025?
I did, yes.
Can you talk to us about the work that you did in a general sense, and then we'll talk about what specific items that you were dealing with?
I performed the laboratory procedures. It's a 4-step process that we use to obtain the DNA profiles. And I did this for both our autosomal testing and our YSTR testing that is male specific.
And autosomal, is that sometimes also referred to as STR testing?
Yes, autosomal STR.
So there's YSTR and autosomal STR, is that right?
Correct.
So you did work on items for both of those. Let's talk about those two categories. Is the work that you did different for those two categories or the same?
They will differ at the 3rd step, the amplification step, where we use a different set of chemicals to target specific regions on the Y chromosome for the YSTR testing.
And is that part of the work that you did in this case?
It is, yes.
So let's talk about the different items that you dealt with in this case. I believe you have the lab submission form there in front of you. If you need to refer to that, you can. Does that match your records as far as the items that were submitted to be tested?
Yes, it does.
So using that maybe as a reference, can you tell us what items that you worked on? Would it be easier to talk about them in the two categories, the autosomal and then the YSTR?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about, first of all, the items that you did the analytical work for the autosomal STR. What items were you involved in that process for?
There were several stains from the polo, a sweatshirt, jeans, underwear, sock, and another set of blue jeans, as well as bungee cords in different areas of a vehicle, a truck.
In all of those, none of those items that you just mentioned were related to the YSTR, correct? Those are all autosomal?
Correct.
And now let's talk about the items that you processed related to the YSTR process.
Those would have been the vaginal swabs, anal swabs, oral swabs from the sexual assault kit, and then the known sample from the suspect.
And were you involved in the process before or after the police had already been separated out?
That would have been after. I would have come in afterwards.
So you didn't deal with any of the items that were sent to Bode Lab or Bode, correct?
That's correct.
Only the items that were ultimately dealt with in the reports that were issued in September of 2025.
Correct.
So you dealt with the swabs from the, you said YSTR for the swabs from the sexual assault kit, and what other items again?
And then the known reference sample from the victim. I mean, excuse me, the suspect.
The suspect, okay. And just kind of, let's talk about those two items again. What did, you talked about the 4 parts and that there's a difference between the two. Is there any additional information you think the jury needs to understand what you physically did in this case?
No, I don't think so.
So do you have specific protocols and procedures that you have to follow in your work there at the DPS lab in Garland?
Yes, we do have standard operating procedures.
And did you follow those standard operating procedures in this case?
I did.
And is your work, this relates not only to you, but to all of the people involved in the process of testing evidence, how is that work verified after your work is done? Does somebody else look at it to make sure you didn't make a mistake?
Yes, so after the 4 steps are completed, I put all of the documentation together, and that batch paperwork will go through a technical review by another qualified analyst.
And if that ends up being an issue, then are the corrections made and re-reviewed to make sure that there are protections along the way so that there's no inaccurate results?
That's correct. If any corrections are found, I would have made those corrections, and then the batch is signed off so that the cases in the batch can be assigned to an interpretation analyst.
And the interpretation analyst in this particular case, what was that person's name?
Her name is Kristen Casoda.
And with regard to this particular case, once you kind of just briefly explain for the jury, how you receive your assignment, where you go to get the samples you're going to work on, And after you're done with the work that you've already described, what you do with the samples at that point.
Typically, a supervisor will assign the batches to be run, and the samples would have already been prepped. So a small cutting is prepared in a sterile tube, and that tube is barcoded so that we are able to track it through our chain of custody. And it's usually kept in a refrigerated space until I am ready to start my process.
And then once you get done with the process that you are doing, what is the state of the evidence at that point?
So the results from my process, we will retain the DNA extracts frozen so that they're available for any future testing.
Is there anything else you feel like you did in this case you feel would be relevant to the ultimate results that are contained in the reports in September of 2025?
No, I believe we've covered everything.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Kelly.
Good morning.
Good to see you again. I have just a couple questions. Now, Ms. Casoto was the interpreter, correct?
Correct.
And that's the person who would make any kind of subjective decisions about the analysis.
Correct.
And that would be things like what is an artifact, what is not, that sort of thing.
Well, I would have sort of done that as well. That is the last step where we use a software tool to visualize the DNA profiles, and I evaluate each profile before giving that final copy of it.
So can you tell me more about that, the parts of your process that involve you making a determination rather than just following protocol?
So that part is still in our protocols for me to do. It's called data analysis. So once we obtain the data from that final step, I will go through each profile as well as use a profile comparison tool to compare all of the profiles in the batch, make sure there was no contamination, and verify that the positive and negative controls that are included also worked correctly.
So does that include, and I know most people aren't familiar with this, I'm not super familiar with it, but how you have the printout that shows where the alleles are, and it's really like a gray fuzzy line, right? Is that part of what you do is determine is this an actual marker or not, or is that wait for this to?
Right, so the DNA profile, it looks like sort of like a graph with peaks. And sometimes there could be peaks that might be at the baseline level and could just be noise. So if the software is calling that a real peak, it is my job to go through it and evaluate and ensure that it's either marked off as an artifact or it remains as a real peak.
Yeah, so that's not just left up to like a quick computer, there's actually a human being that is involved in interpreting that.
That's correct.
That's what's right.
With regard to that, is there other human beings that are involved in checking those results and making sure that they are accurate through that process, both technically and subjectively?
Yes, that's correct. So the technical reviewer who would have reviewed my batch paperwork is doing the same thing I am doing, as well as Kristen later on in the interpretation process would have also looked at each profile separately.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Trevor?
And that would be kind of where it would end is with Kristen and whoever's doing her reviews.
Correct. After Kristen is finished with her report, we also have another set of technical review and another administrative review before that report is issued out.
Pastor?
Nothing further now.
Now, you can excuse subject to any potential recall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next witness is en route. So, gonna have to make a signature room, and as soon as he gets here, we'll bring you right back in. I don't know how long it'll be, so bear with us, okay? Okay, we'll be here.
It's a good thing. What do you do for that company?
So I am the Vice President of Product, so I guide our product strategy, including our software, which would be mobile applications and our web platform, and then hardware integrations to go alongside that.
And tell us, how long have you been working for this particular company?
I've been with Velocity Solutions for 15 years.
And were you there at the beginning of this company, or were you hired by this company after it was already?
I was hired by the company after.
And so since you've been employed there, has the company grown both in scope and also the different things that they do?
Yes, sir. Yes, we've grown in scope from our products to the hardware we work with to the employees we have and customer base.
And talk a little bit about that. Talk about the company itself, kind of what are the different things you do, how many people work for you, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir. So Velocity Solutions is a mobile software company. We develop mobile applications for customers with a mobile workforce. Company's been in business for 26 years. We have our main product is eTrack, which is our fleet management driver safety platform. We also have another product, Field Services, which is our mobile field software for could be delivery, sales, or service in the field. And then we have some other minor product lines to go along with that.
And as part of the software that you offer to these fleets for mobile tracking, do you also, is part of what you offer to them, cameras that go along and utilize the software that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
In addition to just being a standard type camera, are these something, what do you call the camera, the actual device that you use in the vehicle?
So it can be referred to as a dash camera. In this program for FedEx, it's a VEDR, Video Event Data Recorder.
Okay. So if I call it a dash cam or a better deal, it's the same thing in your class?
Yes, sir.
Does that do more than just record video?
So the device is designed to start recording, turn on when the vehicle is turned on. It will record forward-facing video and driver-facing video. The onboard device will have a storage card. In this case, the device has a storage card that's capable of storing 40 hours of video, and then it will overwrite sequentially. The device sends up GPS breadcrumb with a cellular radio that's embedded inside of it.
Okay, so you're gonna have to slow down there just a little bit. Okay, so let's talk about what you mean by GPS breadcrumb.
Yes, sir. So it's the latitude and longitude of the device. So it has a GPS radio and antennas that'll connect to GPS satellites to determine its location, along with a cellular radio to communicate that data via the cellular networks to our cloud.
Okay, so embedded within the camera, you said there's a cellular device that communicates with the cellular network, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And because those breadcrumbs, why do you think they call them breadcrumbs? Or do you know?
I don't know if I could answer that question.
If
I mean, it's from the tail of dropping breadcrumbs to find your way back.
So does it create a trail that you can then follow to determine some of these movements later?
Section leading,
Go ahead and finish the question, then don't we?
Well, I'll rephrase. You said from the story about dropping breadcrumbs, what was the purpose of dropping the breadcrumbs?
So you can retrace your steps.
Right. And does the breadcrumbs that you're talking about allow you to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So does it also have certain things that you potentially call events?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain what you mean by events?
Yes, the device contains an accelerometer, which will detect G-force for events such as hard brake, hard turn, hard acceleration that are set at a threshold. Those events will be set up to our platform, and then we request the video footage from the camera at that time to be able to show what happened during those events and track additional behaviors that we note during those events. There's also a panic button for the driver to press, which would be a panic event to our system.
What would you call a panic event?
Usually drivers will use that for if they're in trouble, there's an accident, there's something that they want their management to see, they're able to press that button.
So for instance, if somebody was hurt like if a person had run into somebody, would they be able to press that button and notify management that this had happened and somebody needed to respond based on it?
Yes, sir, that's the intent. The platform allows companies or users to set up notifications via email and SMS text based on events. So one of those events that they can use for notifications is panic, and they would be notified in near real time that the event occurred and be able to see video footage from that.
Because if it's working properly and you have both of the cameras that you described, what should you be able to capture if that button is pushed?
Well, what we send as footage, or what we request from the camera footage when a panic alarm is pushed is 30 seconds prior to the button being pressed to the point when the button is being pressed. The goal is, as you can see, forward facing what was happening for 30 seconds before they press the button up until they press it, and also driver facing to observe anything that happened in the area of the driver's view, of the windshield, and then within the cab as well.
And the utility of that, you give all those possibilities of what can be used from your software. Do all potential users of that software and camera equipment, do they take advantage of all those opportunities?
No, sir.
Let me ask you specifically about your relationship with some of the clients that I don't know if you call them clients or customers, but the people that you sell your equipment to and you sell your software to. What kind of companies are those generally?
They are typically a customer with a fleet. A fleet would be defined as a number of vehicles. At the time, it would have been 100 vehicles or more. So a business that has a fleet of vehicles that they want to track and help with their driver safety program. Today, we do much smaller fleets, down to as low as 5 vehicles, to provide the same sort of utilities as well. So really, it's a business with a fleet of vehicles.
Understood. So did you have you're a vendor, or I don't know if you're a vendor, I keep using that word, but you, are the company that produces the camera equipment and the software. Are there other companies that do that same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not maybe exactly the same way, but same type of thing.
Similar to the industry, yes.
Yeah, okay. And so within your customer base, do you have some large companies such as FedEx?
Yes, sir.
And do you do all of the cameras for all of FedEx across the United States, or just certain areas?
So we work with FedEx Corporation, which has several entities within them. FedEx Ground has independent service providers that they contract with for deliver packages and pick up packages. As part of this program, we are one of several vendors chosen that comply with the program that FedEx has aligned with on what events we would send and what data we would provide to FedEx along with that. And FedEx Express, we also provide cameras to, but again, not the sole provider.
So within the FedEx company, you said they have a different name for what we would call a dash cam, and that was VEDR, is that right?
Yes, sir. VEDR.
And what does the VEDR stand for?
Video Event Data Recorder.
So within the FedEx company, have they established some protocols that their subcontractors would have these type of equipment within their vehicle in order to be a subcontractor for FedEx?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with a company by the name of Big Cotson
Yes, sir.
and also Southern Star?
Yes, sir.
And what were those companies in relation to FedEx brand?
They were independent service providers.
And you call them within your industry ISPs? correct?
Yes, sir.
That's not internet related, it's independent service providers.
Yes, sir.
So both FedEx and Southern Star were ISPs, is that right?
No, sir.
No, okay. Not FedEx, but thank you for correcting me. Both Big Costin and Southern Star were ISPs related to FedEx, right? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right. Did you have these video data recorders in the different vehicles for both of those two ISPs?
Yes, sir.
And the specific location of the FedEx ground facility that you were working with in this particular case, not address wise, but general area, do you know where that is located at?
I don't.
Okay, but in the area, was it here in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Versus where you're from?
Yes, sir.
And where are you from?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
And is that where your company is based?
Yes, that is our headquarters.
Now, with regard to these ISPs, once those routes are assigned to whatever ISP that they have through FedEx, are they essentially independent from FedEx as far as who oversees their drivers and their vehicles?
Objection, I'm not sure this is within scope of knowledge.
I'll let him answer it if you know.
I would say it's my understanding that the management of those routes is the independent service provider, whether it's the owner or a business manager under their staff.
Now, under your contractual relationships with these ISPs, who owns the camera?
The ISP.
And as far as the data that is downloaded onto that camera, same street, is that right?
The actual, I believe, or contractual with FedEx, the breadcrumb data is owned by FedEx, but the video footage is owned by the ISP.
Gotcha. So with regard to that, the driver doesn't have any ownership interest over any of that, right?
No, sir.
They're the ones that are, the data is being recorded based on what they're doing with the vehicle at the time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So when talking about the specific date of, I believe in your case, it would be December the 1st of 2022. Do you remember that date?
Yes, sir.
Why is it that you remember that?
I was in a meeting, and our customer support manager came into the meeting and asked for my assistance because they had a law enforcement call and they were not sure how to handle it.
So tell us what you did next.
I went to our customer support center, to the agent that was taking the phone call. They briefed me on what was happening, that there had been an abduction, and that there was video footage, and that they had, I believe it was an FBI agent on the line.
Now, before we go in any further down through what happened next, I want to ask you, are you familiar with the product, the V-Track product, and how it works?
Yes, sir.
And let's talk about that for a moment. What kind of information, just from the video itself, if you're watching a video off one of these recorders, what kind of information would be available to you other than just what you're seeing on what's being video? What kind of things are you going to be able to see?
So the video includes an overlay that contains the serial number of the camera. It will include a timestamp in UTC or GMT time. It will include the speed of the vehicle and then the GPS coordinates as they're updated through that video footage.
And so, as you're watching the video, we see the speed change based upon what the driver is doing.
Yes, sir.
What else would be changing as it's going on?
The time will change as it goes on, and also the GPS coordinates.
Okay. And with regard to the time, is that time in a specific time zone?
It is in UTC or GMT. They're the same.
All right. So, just for purposes of the record, is UTC universal,
Coordinated universal time.
coordinated universal time? Yes. All right. And then GMT, what is GMT?
Greenwich Mean Time.
And are those the same?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to that time of year, specifically, late November, early December of 2022, what would be the difference in time between UTC time and time here in Texas, Central Standard Time?
So here will be 6 hours prior to UTC time.
And the way that that's noted often is like UTC -6, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So if UTC time showed 23 or 11 p.m., you would have to back that up. You subtract 6 hours from that, that would be 17, which would be what time?
5 p.m.
5 p.m. Okay. So just so that it's understood that what you're watching, the time's not going to be exactly the same as it is here, but the reason is because of what?
The reason UTC time is used is it doesn't change. We don't have the daylight savings time. You don't have time zones that a vehicle could cross. So that way it's a coordinated time that can be seen through footage.
And based upon your knowledge of the software, if you're able to examine specific camera, specific downloaded storage device from that camera, are you able to tell whether or not you believe that is operating correctly and capturing the time correctly based upon the event data and everything else that goes into the video event data recorder other than just the video itself?
We would use additional items on our platform where we have the owner's time zone, which helps us determine that offset from UTC time.
And were you asked to, let me ask you, how are you able to get video off of the video event data recorder?
There's 3 ways to obtain video footage from a better camera. The first is through a cellular connection to download a video clip from the platform. At the time, our platform offered 30-second video clips. So you do a manual download, you find the time that you're downloading, and you choose to download it, you wait for that video to be downloaded through the internet. Another option is to remove the storage cards and use a proprietary tool to play that footage, and you can export that footage. The third option is you can attach a USB drive to the camera itself, and connect to the camera with the manufactured application, and download that footage as well.
Now, what type of storage device is maintained within this video event data recorder?
It was a standard SD card for that model.
And when you say a standard SD card, a lot of people know what that is, but some people don't. So can you describe it, please?
I say standard meaning the size. I don't know how to describe an SD card, but today there's micro SD cards and there was mini SD cards, but this was a standard SD card, approximately 3 inches wide by 1 inch and maybe a 1/16 of an inch thick.
And were you asked to access remotely some footage from a particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And did that particular vehicle relate to a particular driver?
Yes, sir, it was a driver.
Okay. And so what kind of information, you were at the point where you've been called out of the meeting and now you're going to talk to your people about what's going on. So pick it up from there and tell us how you're from that point.
I'll be honest, this wasn't something that had occurred in the past. So I think the first thing I tried to do was establish that the people on the phone were the FBI. I remember asking them if they could send an email so that I could verify their email address to determine that. The next piece is technically the footage is owned by the independent service provider. So I was able to, I think through that phone call, reach out or speak to that owner to verify I could release the footage, which he agreed. And once the FBI had received emails to know they were who they were, I started the process of trying to locate the footage in question.
Okay, so let's stop there for a second. The person you talked to, would that have been related to Big Cops and the owner of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember that person's name?
I think Mr. Davis, sir.
Richard Day?
Yes, sir.
And was there another person that you were communicating with that was associated with FedEx ground facility?
I do not remember interfacing with anyone with that.
Okay, so you talked directly to Mr. Davis, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if there was issues with one of his vehicles, he would be the one that would have the information you need to access that particular vehicle's SD card, right? Or better.
Mr. Davis would have had the ability himself to access that footage. If I remember correctly, they were asking us to obtain that footage on their behalf.
Understood. So when you see that information, what information did you have to get from Mr. Davis in order to be able to know which camera that you were trying to access?
The vehicle number.
And where is the vehicle number located on the vehicle?
It's my recollection, the vehicle numbers are on the back of the vehicle, above the back door. They may also be on front of the vehicle, but from my experience, they're on the back of the vehicle.
So somewhere on the vehicle, there's a number, and if you have that number, then you can access that vehicle and download remotely clips from that vehicle. Is that right?
Yes, if you're an authorized user for our software.
Were you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, understood. So based upon that, did you get that information from Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
And did you then download clips or several clips or a clip off of that vehicle's video related to a certain time frame?
Yes, sir. We were able to view footage from a time frame, from the description of what the FBI had described. We thought that was the footage. We downloaded video footage, but unfortunately, the downloaded footage was an hour off because I was in the East Coast and the owner was in Central Time. And because of the urgency of it, I took a screen recording of the video and sent it to the FBI with my phone. Sorry, I took a video of the screen with myself.
All right, so you're looking at something on a computer, and you said you took a video of what you were looking at with what?
With my iPhone.
Okay, and then what did you do with that video?
I sent it to the FBI agent, I believe, via text message. It may have been over email. I don't recall.
And once you had done it, I guess, let me ask you this. I want you to describe, you go into the room, you begin to try to download the video. You were given a time frame to look at. What did you see when you pulled up the video for that particular time frame?
I believe it was a driver.
Just your second. I don't think that video's been admitted yet.
I'll let him answer your objections over.
It was a driver of a FedEx delivery truck. There was a small child in the truck as well.
May I approach you?
Yes, sir.
All right, so based upon that, what you saw, kind of what's going through your mind about it?
I don't recall. I mean, I think panic, to be honest. That's why I was having trouble downloading the actual footage, and the urgency from the FBI agent on the phone for them to be able to see what I was seeing.
And is this, what date, if you remember, is this taking place on?
I believe this happened on December 1st.
So this will be Thursday, December 1st, one day after Wednesday, November 30th, 2022, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So once you send that video, did you stop there with what you were doing?
On that day, yes, sir.
So did you do anything else with regard to doing any research related to this particular situation?
So on the following day, I had seen on the news that they were still looking for Athena, and I thought, well, there's more that I have access to. So I took it upon myself to pull that vehicle back up in our VTrack platform. I was downloading footage, now knowing the time zone difference. And I started looking into the breadcrumb trail of that vehicle on that day, and I found several locations where the vehicle had stopped in the time frame that the FBI agents were speaking to me about. And so I took screenshots of that and provided that to the FBI agents as well, because I thought it might help in their investigation.
And can you describe the specific locations where you determined the vehicle stopped?
I believe one location was at a gas station. One was at a bridge. To me, it looked like there was a boat ramp where it was stopped. And then I think one was just on the side of the road.
And did you communicate those, other than just a screenshot, did you communicate those specific locations GPS wise to FBI?
Yes, sir.
All right. So once you have done that, did you receive some further communication from investigators related to how to access the data the complete data off of the SD card from that particular camera.
Yes, sir. I was contacted by the Texas Rangers.
And do you remember the person you spoke to?
Joe Espinosa.
And when you spoke to Ranger Espinosa, what was the subject matter of that conversation?
The subject matter was how to access the video footage that was on the SD card of the camera.
And did you give them some specific warnings and admonitions as to how to handle that particular item?
Yes, sir. The video format is a proprietary format that's on the storage card, and when you insert that storage card in a Windows computer, it does not recognize it as a valid file format, and you'll be prompted to format the SD card, which in previous situations where we had accident footage or other footage that people wanted to get on the SD card that's detrimental to having the footage, so I had cautioned that there is risk when inserting that into your computer.
And the risk is that if you were to reformat that card, what would happen?
It will wipe the card, it will erase what is on the SD card.
And so based upon that, did you and Ranger Espinosa make plans to do something other than just have the detective download that onto the regular computer?
Yes,
Go ahead.
Ranger Espinosa made plans to come to Charlotte, North Carolina, to our facility for us to work together to retrieve the footage from the storage card.
And did that take place?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, were you looking for just a specific time frame on that SD card?
My recollection from that day is we were looking for footage because of the UTC time. I believe Ranger Espinosa had the current footage of up until midnight UTC time, which would have been 6 p.m. In Texas. But he did not have the following day UTC, which would have been 6 p.m. to midnight on there. And so we worked to get that footage for him. So the complete day of November 30th, 2022 in Texas time.
Understood, because UTC time, it would already have been at 6 o'clock in Texas, UTC would have been midnight.
Yes, sir.
It would have been a different day, UTC wise.
Yes, sir.
So are they separated out like that as far as how the videos are categorized one day and then the next day, but it's in UTC time?
On the cameras, they are. Yes.
So once you downloaded the rest of what would have been Central Standard Time, November 30th, 2022, did you give that download to somebody?
Ranger Espinosa took that video footage back.
Okay. Now, were you then contacted later to actually come to Texas to re-examine the SD card with the defense expert present to make sure that the complete download of everything related to the defendant that was on that SD card could be recaptured?
Yes, sir.
Can you just kind of explain the process of how that took place and what, if any, special equipment you brought with you in order to make that happen?
I brought with me one of the cameras. It's an older model camera that we do not sell anymore, but we had some. They have power supply because these are usually plugged into a vehicle. So they run on 12 volts and not your standard 110 in an outlet. So a power supply to be able to power that camera so that we could insert that SD card in that camera and use a USB drive to be downloaded directly from the camera to the USB drive.
I'm focusing on the day of November 30th, 2022, Central Standard Time, so that would include part of both days, UTC time. Were you able to recapture all of the video from that particular day, the entire route from beginning to end, that Mr. Horner was driving that vehicle?
We were able to recover all of the video that was on the SD card from that day or days from the camera. I do not recall if there were any breaks where the camera may have turned off.
Okay, understood. And let's talk about that before we ask anything else. Are there parameters as to when the camera will turn off in relation to when the vehicle is powered up?
Yes, sir. The camera works. It will turn on with ignition. And then when the ignition is off, we have a timer set for the FedEx ISP program that's for 15 minutes. So the camera will stay powered on for 15 minutes after the ignition has been turned off. And at that point, it will shut down.
So in addition to the date of November the 30th, at that time, were you able to recover additional days on which Mr. Horner was driving that particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And if you remember the dates, do you remember the dates?
I believe there were a few days prior, but there were some breaks in that from a calendar perspective. And I believe the following day also had video footage.
And is it possible that it was both the following day and the day after that?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. The following day on December the second videos, was there actually a different vehicle that was owned by Southern Star, I believe, or a different company, ISP, that was the video was downloaded off of that?
There was a second card that was introduced to look for footage.
Okay, were you able to access footage from that SD card as well, in which the defendant could be seen driving the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
In order to do that, you had to get the SD cards from somewhere. Where did that come from?
Someone from the Wise County Sheriff's Department or law enforcement brought evidence in packages. They pointed out that it was sealed, I think more for the other people in the room, not maybe me, and opened those and had some sort of log to report that.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you two items. First is, did these in order of the exhibit. First is
State's Exhibit 95, and the second one, State's Exhibit number 116. And do these appear to be the packages that were opened in your presence where the SD cards were retrieved from?
Yes, it's the same type of package.
And just looking at the different license plates and timeframes, do those appear to be related to the vehicles that we're here talking
I don't see a license plate.
about? Okay, right here.
I don't know what the license plate for the vehicle numbers would be able to identify for myself.
Based upon the fact that they were open, you examined them and saw the videos that we were just talking about.
Yes.
Do you believe that these are where they came from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with regard to what I would call the abduction vehicle, were there 4 separate days or 4 separate days of routes driven by the defendant?
Actually, the lead, Your Honor, I think.
I'll rephrase that. How many separate days were there of videos that were able to be recovered on that from that particular vehicle related to the defendant?
I believe there was 4 that we downloaded.
And then on the final day, from what we call the arrest vehicle, how many days were on that particular?
I believe just 1 partial day.
You said that you brought, these are already in evidence, so I'm not going to move to admit them, but you brought a special camera. Kind of explain the process of how that went down.
Yeah, it was not a special camera. It was just a camera, the same model that was installed in the truck in question, and a power supply to be able to power that camera, and an adapter cable for USB to be able to insert a USB drive into that camera.
And did you then, in the presence of myself and others, download those videos one by one onto, I guess it was a flash drive, USB flash drive, or a number of them, so that they could then be accessed through a regular computer, either through MP4 or AVI format?
Yes, sir.
And was that something that was a quick process, or?
No, sir. It's quite time consuming to download the footage or export that footage. We did it in segments of 30 minutes to an hour.
And is it a straight one-for-one download? You understand what I'm asking?
I do not.
When you're watching it, does it take 1 minute to download 1 minute of footage?
I don't know if it's exact. It's close to that. Yes.
So if there was 5 different days of routes, this took a significant amount of time to do that. Correct?
Yes.
Once that had been done, on the next day, at the Washington County Sheriff's Office, what happened?
I believe that is when the defense joined the room and with a video expert that they brought in as well to get copies of the footage.
And were they given copies of footage that you downloaded?
Yes, they were given jump drives that contain the footage or a hard drive that contained footage. I'm not sure which.
And did their expert also download the actual SD card and a device that he brought to be able to do that?
Yes, he brought a device to make a copy of the SD card.
Do you, based upon your expertise related to your own software and hardware that was accessed in this case, do you have an opinion as to the validity as far as the information, other than it being off by 6 hours because of UTC time, coordinate wise, time wise, and speed wise? Do you believe that that video event data recorder was operating correctly,
Yes, sir.
and that it was capable of making accurate recording,
Yes, sir.
and that it did in fact make an accurate recording on each of the days that was downloaded?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Mr. Becker, I want to thank you, seriously, for what you did in this case. Now pass it on.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Morning, Mr. Becker.
Good morning, sir.
Good to see you again. I have a few questions for you. Okay, I know this was 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Mr. Horner's vehicles that we're talking about actually had that panic button back then?
The panic button was supplied. I do not know if it was installed, sir.
Okay, I just didn't remember us talking about that in your prior testimony, so you don't know that his vehicles had a panic button.
I do not.
Another thing, earlier, I think you testified in response to Mr. Gray's question about Southern Star being an ISP for FedEx. I don't think that's correct. Do you think maybe they were an ISP for Amazon?
I'm not sure, sir.
What about a company called Polaris? Did that ring a bell?
Does not, sir.
B-Track is the name of your fleet management system. I think you described it as a fleet management driver safety program.
Yes, sir.
And that software you use includes machine learning, correct?
Today it does, yes, sir.
I believe you had earlier testified that it included machine learning to alert the driver if they're not driving safely, such as using the phone, following too closely, not wearing your seatbelt, things like that.
Our current generation of cameras do have machine learning for events like you just described. The generation of camera that was in place at the time did not have those capabilities. It was accelerometer-based events.
Do you recall testifying about the operation of those cameras in December?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Do you
question?
recall testifying about the operation of the cameras in this case in December?
I can't recall specifically if that was a question I responded to or not.
Do you remember when you described the EDRs? What does that stand for?
Video event data recorders, yes.
And at that time when you were asked what they do, you talked about them recording events. So now it's your testimony that they don't, the cameras at that time that we're talking about don't record events.
No, sir. The cameras do record when the vehicle is turned on. The camera turns on and starts recording to its internal storage. It then will stay on until 15 minutes in this case, after the vehicle is turned off. It will send, that camera in particular, send events such as heart rate, heart turn. That camera has the functions to be able to send events for heart rate, heart turn, heart acceleration. It just wasn't the expanded set of events that we have in products today.
Okay, so it's your testimony today that those cameras only dealt with the driving features of the vehicle, not what the driver was doing.
So the events were based on accelerometer events of the vehicle, so G-force of the vehicle. The video footage was forward-facing, driver-facing. As part of the FedEx program, we have a video review center where when those events are retrieved, we review those events and we mark for behaviors. And some of those behaviors are driver-facing behaviors. As an example, if the driver was using a phone and a heart rate occurred, we would mark that heart rate event as driver using the phone.
So, but even then, it was sending that data to the
The event, the device would send an event and our cloud retrieves a specific time based on the event. So for events, the standard is 6 seconds before and 6 seconds after the event, so a 13-second clip. But as an example, the difference would be a panic event, we do 30 seconds before up until the event.
Okay, and the purpose of that, making that 13-second clip is so that the ISP or whoever your client is can review those clips.
Yes, the clients can see what's happening before the event was triggered and after a short period of time.
I believe you testified for so that they could do any kind of rating or any kind of coaching and get the driver.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
They
that?
could do ratings or coaching of the driver based on that event.
That's correct, sir.
And FedEx is a client of yours,
Yes, sir.
and you provide FedEx with these visual event data recorders.
So FedEx does utilize our video event data recorders in some of their vehicles. Yes,
But FedEx requires their contractors, their ISPs, to use these VDRs.
yes, sir.
Now, you talked about those contractors for FedEx can remotely pull those videos to download.
Yes, sir.
So now that would mean that if the driver had the phone out or anything like that, those would get recorded as an event. But you're saying for these cameras, it would only be the hard turns, the hard brakes, the speeding, things like that.
Yes, sir.
And the contractor we're talking about here was Big Costa.
Yes, sir.
Now, all of their cameras were equipped with all their vehicles were equipped with Veloster cameras based on the FedEx requirement.
I believe that all of their vehicles, I cannot confirm that. It's not a requirement that that all vehicles have the same vendor such as Veloster Solutions.
The vehicles in question today, though, had your cameras.
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony before and today that Big Copson was not using any of those download features.
When I looked into it, there were no downloads from the owner.
And you testified today that Mr. Davis needed you to access or asked you to access the video for him, even though he would have had access to it.
I think I asked for his permission, sir, via the phone.
To your knowledge, if Mr. Davis ever accessed those videos,
To my knowledge, no.
but he could have.
Yes, sir.
And this is a fleet safety program,
Yes, sir.
and it's meant to monitor the driver's behavior.
Yes, sir.
You also testified previously that these video cameras can be viewed in real time. Is the video, would that include the video cameras from that day?
Yes, sir.
So not only could you download data of the driver's performance, you could download data of those specific 13-second events, but you could also monitor drivers in real time.
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, Top Spin wasn't doing any of these things.
I wouldn't have any ability to see if
They're
they
just
just
gonna
did it.
affect the relevance as whether they were or not. I think you can answer this particular case. Yeah. It's okay.
You need to point to what you said.
Yes, sir.
I think I was asking with, to your knowledge, Top Spin wasn't taking advantage of any of those features, reviewing the downloads of the events, reviewing in real time, doing any other monitoring.
So from my analytical perspective, the tools we have in place, I can see if a user has logged into the system, and we would be able to see if there were videos downloaded. It's my recollection, I did not see either.
That's what I'm saying.
Regret.
Just one further thing. When you downloaded that original video that you described before, did you download other clips as well for that?
I believe so. I don't know in particular. I have to look at, I have a log that I sent. That's what we have.
Okay, all right, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Joe,
Nothing further.
Mr. Becker, be excused. Fine.
Can we approach?
Okay.
I'm sorry, y'all. I was talking to y'all and I wasn't even on stage. I didn't realize it. But anywho, thanks to y'all that's been in the chat supporting today. I appreciate it. I guess we're on lunch. I be trying to come on as late as I can to avoid the lunch break, because it's just torture sitting through the lunch break. But haven't mastered it yet. But I don't think it's too much longer left on the lunch break. I don't think it's too much longer. So everybody just have some lunch, I guess. I'm just not finna eat a little something for breakfast. I'm eating a sausage biscuit. That's all I want. And I've been drinking coffee, so I need to eat something. But anywho, thank y'all so much for joining. I appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the live. Make sure you double tap the screen to like the live. If you happen to be in here or dropping by and you're not subscribed to the channel, please be sure to subscribe to the channel. hit the notification bell to be notified whenever I go live. Lunch should be over pretty soon, y'all, so we're just gonna wait it out until then, okay?
Both sides ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go. All right, everyone, will be seated. Good afternoon, we are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Soto, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Kristen Soda,
And would you spell your first and your last name for the court?
Kristencossota.
Mrs. Soto, how are you employed?
I am a supervisor team lead within the DNA section of the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory in Garland.
And how long have you been working for that agency?
Hang on, let me check your mics. Oh, again, my bad. Imagine that. Okay, go ahead.
How long have you worked for Crime Lab, DPS Crime Lab there in Garland?
Since September of 2013.
And what type of education and experience did you have leading to your job there at Crime Lab in Garland?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology with a minor in Criminal Justice Forensic Science and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science, both from St. Houston State University.
And did you go there directly out of college, or were you employed at other places before you came to?
I was previously employed at a private DNA laboratory in Dallas called Orchid Cellmark for about 3 years.
So, in your capacity, can you kind of just briefly describe what your duties are as far as your work there at the DPS Crime Lab in Garland?
As a forensic scientist, I screen evidence for biological materials such as blood or semen. I collect and preserve biological and trace evidence. I perform DNA analysis, DNA interpretation, and prepare reports of my findings, testify in court when needed. As a supervisor, I manage a team within the DNA section where I'm in charge of managing their caseload, answering questions, and performing HR duties such as timekeeping and evaluations.
Understood. So, but you still perform analysis, interpretation, and issue reports on DNA findings yourself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to the case that we're here for today, may I approach your honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you 3 documents that have already been admitted into evidence. State Exhibit 297, which is lab submission report. State Exhibit 298, which is a DNA mass screening laboratory report. And State Exhibit 300, which is the biology laboratory report.
Okay.
And just if you need to refer to those items, you can.
I have copies of them, but thank you.
Understood, but what I'm saying is, if we refer to those items, if we could do it by exhibit number, so it's clear in the record.
Yes, sir.
Now, with your job there at Garland, were you involved in the processing of evidentiary items for potential DNA evidence related to this cause number that I showed you as State's Exhibit number 290, not cause number, but laboratory case number that I showed you on State's Exhibit number 297?
I perform the interpretation and comparisons for both the DNA and YSTR in this case.
And we've heard it referred to several different ways, but there is 2 different types of DNA testing, correct?
That we perform, yes.
And one, you just called the first one just straight DNA testing. Is that what is sometimes referred to as autosomal STR testing?
Yes, it's the autosomal STR testing.
And with regard to the others, that's YSTR. And we talked about that with some other witnesses. So I'm not going to have you go into great detail about that. But what would, you said that you did what with regard to those two different categories?
I performed the interpretations of the DNA profiles that were obtained. I then compared known reference samples to those and then issued my reports.
And so let's just kind of walk through that process. And if we need to set it up by, if it's different between autosomal STR and YSTR, let's talk about one and then the other, which should we address first?
The interpretation is the same, the calculation of the statistics is different.
Well, let's just talk about the initial autosomal STR samples that you were involved in testing. There was a number of items that were tested at the DPS Garland Crime Lab, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then in addition to that, were there other items that were, some initial screening was done there at your lab, but then were identified as depletion items that were then sent to the Bodie Crime Lab.
Yes, sir.
So tell me about where you kind of come into the process. Are you involved early on or not till after the testing resumed, after the divide had been made between the depletion samples and the samples that were to be obtained at DPS Garland?
I did not get into the case until once the DNA profiles had been obtained by the other analysts.
Understood, but you did issue a report. I believe the first report that you issued was April of 2023, is that correct?
Sorry. I believe it was, but then we issued a supplemental of that report as well.
Understood.
Yes.
Understood. So early on, you issued this April 19th report called the DNA Laboratory.
Yes, sir.
What is the purpose of that report and what is it intended to show?
That report was for the processing of the sexual assault kit that was collected, and there is a state law that requires us to process sexual assault kits within 90 days. So in cases where there is other evidence, those are typically processed first to abide with that law, and then the other evidence will get processed.
So that would be a reason that the vaginal swabs were separated out from the other swabs in the sexual assault kit, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And can I approach her? Yes, sir. Understanding that there was a supplement that replaces this report, essentially.
Objection, Your Honor, he's testifying.
Rephrase your question.
Let me ask the question. The question is State's Exhibit number 299, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a copy of that report.
And with regard to that report, I'm going to offer States 299 into evidence.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 299 is exhibit.
Now, with regard to this report, you said something about a supplemental report that was issued later. Can you explain what you were talking about?
Yes, so in November of 2023, we changed the way that we report our statistic. We ended up adding a verbal qualifier to essentially help those reading it understand how much support is actually given to that statistic that's being listed. And so I issued a supplemental that just added that qualifier in so that it would be consistent with the other reports.
But did it change the results as far as the actual analysis or anything other than the verbal qualifier?
Right, it did not change the statistic.
Okay. So on that report, you're only looking at the vaginal swabs, is that correct?
Correct.
And just go ahead and tell the jury what your finding was with regard to the vaginal swabs on State's Exhibit number 299.
The DNA profile from the sperm cell fraction of this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals with the victim as an assumed contributor. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from the victim and one unrelated unknown individual is 2 times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from the victim and the suspect.
You talk very fast. Go ahead.
This likelihood ratio indicates support for the proposition that the suspect is excluded as a possible contributor to the profile. Internal validation has shown that a likelihood ratio of this value may also indicate support for the exclusion of a true donor from the profile. The DNA profile from the epithelial cell fraction of this item is consistent with the DNA profile of the victim. The suspect is excluded as a contributor to this profile.
At this point, the suspect was excluded with regard to that particular profile. Now, does that necessarily mean that the suspect is excluded as a contributor altogether?
From this analysis, it was a exclusion with, at that point, we called it limited, like it was a limited support for exclusion, is what the verbal qualifier was.
Given the fact that it's just, the ratio is so close, it's like 2 to 1 rather than big, huge number.
Honor leading.
Let me hear the question.
What, if any, significance did you put to that at that time? As far as whether or not further testing should be done to see if the defendant was still potentially a contributor to that swab, or whether we should just set that aside and say, no, he's not.
Objection, saying no.
No, go ahead.
When we process samples from sexual assault kits, especially vaginal swabs, we know during that laboratory process, when they're identifying how much, if any, human or male DNA is in the sample, we know that there was male DNA in the sample. When you have a lot of female DNA, the female can kind of overtake it. So in cases or samples where there is a lot of female in the profile, we can try the YSTR analysis, which essentially eliminates the female from the profile and looks at locations only on the Y chromosome from a male.
And was that done in relation to this swab?
Yes,
Was that also done with relationship to the other swabs from the sexual assault?
yes.
And so further testing was done on those items regarding the YSTR. What other YSTR analysis was done in this case? As far as what other items were submitted through your lab for YSTR analysis?
In addition to the items from the sexual assault kit, the buccal swab from Tanner Lynn Horner was also had YSTR analysis performed on it for comparison.
And did YSTR, were you able to get results from each of the different swab samples, meaning the anal swabs and the oral swabs? Athena,
I was able to get the profiles from those items.
and may I approach you on? Yes, sir. I'm going to hand State's Exhibit number 303. Do you recognize that? And is that, what is that?
It's the supplemental to the April 19th.
What is the only difference between the two reports?
It was the addition of the goal scale for statistics.
In regard to State's Exhibit number 302, you recognize that?
Yes, it is a copy of the YSTR report.
YSTR analysis for swab, the anal swabs and the oral swabs from Athena, Presley, and Brand.
Yes.
This time I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 302. Oh, I'll also offer 3 as well, which was just referred to.
I've reviewed these already.
States 302 and 3 were admitted.
Now, before I ask public, Mr. I want to talk to you a little bit more about the differences between the findings that you might see for autosomal STR, ISTR, and kind of you explain the differences and how they're different. If you, I mean, if you can do that for the jury.
For the statistics?
Yeah, yes, the statistical, how it's reported as far as the, whether a person's excluded or not, why the numbers might be different on one or another.
Yes. So for the autosomal STR analysis, it is a more discriminatory statistic that is used because you get half from your mom and half from your dad, and each person's DNA is unique with the exception of identical siblings. So for the statistic for this is a likelihood ratio, and this is where it's a probability of differing scenarios or hypotheses, and it determines which one is more likely and best explains the data that it sees in the profiles. The YSTR, it is paternally inherited. So each male within a paternal lineage will have the same YSTR profile. So it's not as discriminatory. And so there's only one piece of information that we get from each location we look at. The statistic there is what we call a counting method. And that is where we look at a database to determine if it's seen within the database, and then we give a confidence interval to help turn that number into how many times, the maximum number of times it should be seen within the US male population.
And are the numbers themselves, as far as the statistics, because you said that autosomal STR is more discriminatory, is that
Yes, sir.
So are the statistics higher in general than they are generally on the YSTR?
The numbers are larger, it's just a completely different statistic.
Understood. Okay, so with that understood, let's talk about your report on 302, which is your DNA YSTR laboratory report, admitted into evidence, issue date September 15th, 2025. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
September 15th, 2025. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You may have published your own.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Who's the person that drafted and issued this report?
I did.
Now, before you, the person that drafted and issued this report.
I did.
Now, before you issue this report, is there some type of a review process that it goes through to ensure that your both your analysis, your statistical numbers, or everything are consistent with protocols for your lab and for under the Texas Forensic Science Commission as well?
Yes. For each report that is released, it is first technically reviewed by another qualified analyst. Then it will also go through an administrative review process before it's released.
So first of all, it says that 0101AA was used for comparison. What is 0101AA?
0101AA is the right buccal swab 1 from Tanner Lynn Horner.
So first we're going to look at item 0201. And what is 0201?
0201 are the vaginal swabs from Athena Presley Monroe strain.
So let's talk about the first paragraph there under 0201, vaginal swabs from Athena Presley Monroe strain. If you would read that first paragraph, and then I may ask you some questions about that before we move on to the next one.
Okay. The YSTR profile from fraction 1 epithelial cell fraction of this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of the male DNA profile. The selected profile is found in 0 of 16,388 total individuals within the U.S. database, YHRD version R69. Applying a statistical confidence interval of 95%, this profile is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males. In addition, any paternally related male relatives of Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of this male DNA profile.
And so because of that, if there were no other evidence to tell you one way or the other, that any people that would not be excluded would include who related to Tanner Horner.
Can you rephrase that?
Yes, I'm sorry, that's poorly phrased. You said certain people, Tanner Horner, who would those people be?
So any paternally related male relatives cannot be excluded because the Y profile is inherited paternally. So each male within a paternal line will have the same YSTR profile.
And that would include who within his family?
Son, father, uncle, grandfather, cousin, as long as they're in that paternal line.
Now, a couple other things, YHRD version R69, what's that talking about?
That is the database that we use. It is the Y chromosome haplotype reference database, and the version R69 is just the current version.
And so of all the people that were in that database, the 16,000, whatever, no one had this profile, correct?
Correct. It was found 0 times.
And so how do you do this statistical analysis from 0 of 16,000 to 1 of 5,471?
To accommodate for the small sample size that is currently in the YHRD database of 16,388, a confidence interval is used to determine the maximum number of times that this profile would expect to be seen in the U.S. male population. It helps keep it from making it seem like it's maybe more rare than it is because it's 0. So with the 95% confidence interval, it is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males.
Explain what that 95% confidence interval means.
The 95% confidence interval is just that we are 95% confident that that profile wouldn't, the maximum time she would see it would be 1 in 5,471. And it's at the lower end of that confidence interval to make sure that we are being the most conservative in our reporting.
Understood. Okay, so talks about from fraction 1, and then the second paragraph we're about to talk about, that talks about fraction 2. What are those fractions?
During the first step of the process, I believe y'all may have already talked about this, but it's the extraction process. This is where we remove any possible DNA from the substrate that is on, such as a piece of cloth or a swab. And for samples where there could be possible semen present, we do a type of extraction called a differential extraction. This just allows us to essentially try to remove any possible DNA from sperm cells from any other DNA that may be in the sample. And as I spoke of previously, right, with some of those samples from orifices, they can have a lot of the individual's DNA whom it's from. And so that also allows us to try to separate out and get better interpretable profiles.
So let's go on to the first fraction was epithelial cell fraction. What is epithelial cell?
It can be any cell that is not a possible sperm cell.
Okay. So let's go on to the second paragraph, and I think that spans both pages, so I'll put it at the page break. So go ahead and read that second paragraph related to the vaginal swabs.
The YSTR profile from fraction 2, sperm cell fraction of this item, is interpreted as originating from a single individual.
Like Candy, I don't listen. As far as the truck and the the cameras or whatever in the truck, it's like I don't think they be watching it like real time. You get what I'm saying? That's the only way I can see them not catching it when it happened. You know what I'm saying? Because clearly they had the footage or it was recording, and he's an idiot because he should have known. He knows cameras are in the truck and things of that nature. I don't know what that man was thinking, but listening to this trial, I think he's a little wackadoodle. But as far as them watching it like in real time, I'm not sure if they do that. Like they would have had a reason to go back and like watch. I guess I don't know, Candy Corn. But from looking at the footage of when it happened, it seems as though he did accidentally hit her. I don't understand why I went from him accidentally hitting her to him putting her in the truck and doing what he did. I just don't get that because he could have easily, called the police and the ambulance and things of that nature. I don't know. This case is weird. Well, he's weird. But anyway, Ken, I don't think it was said if they saw it like when it happened in real time. Because if that was the case, to me, honestly, I would think they would have been the one to call the police. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But yeah.
Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of the male DNA profile. The selected profile is found in 0 of 16,388 total.
Yeah, because I don't know about FedEx, but I do know about a particular company. And if I said the name, y'all know who they are, but I'm not gonna say the name because somebody I know worked for them. They have cameras in their trucks too, and you're not the drivers. Now, if you're on the passenger side, that's different because they do have like helpers. They have the main person that's driving, then they have like the helpers or whatever. But if you're the driver, you can't talk on your phone. You can't answer your phone. Of course, you can't text. You cannot like touch your phone while you're driving. The only way it's okay to actually touch your phone, call on your phone, text on your phone, if the truck is parked somewhere. And it's like they got it set up to where they can detect. Not you just being stopped at a stoplight or something like that. You have to be like parked somewhere with the truck off. And some kind of way they can detect that, the way they got the truck set up, right? So yeah, I would think most companies that have truck drivers or whatever would require you not to be on your phone, especially while you're driving. Mhm.
Individuals within the US database, YHRD version R69, applying a statistical confidence interval of 95%. This profile is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 US males. In addition, any paternally related male relatives of Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of this male DNA profile.
So is it essentially the same finding on both fractions, that Tanner Horner cannot be excluded?
Correct.
Now, cannot be excluded is not necessarily saying a perfect match. That's why we have the statistics, correct?
Actually,
Sustain, which brings your
Right.
question.
So I'm just trying to explain for somebody who might not understand. It's a little tricky when you're talking about something, you know, we want to, people want to say, is it a match, right? And do you ever say it's a match? Absolutely.
No.
Okay, even with autosomal testing.
Correct.
Why do you say it as cannot be excluded?
That's just the wording. With single source samples in either autosomal or YSTR analysis, we don't call it a match, but if at any location there is information that is in the profile that is not consistent with a person being compared, they will be excluded because it can only be coming from one individual. Therefore, all of the information within the evidentiary profile needs to be consistent with the person being compared. So we don't say it's a match. It's just the way that we are worded.
Understood. So let's go on and let's talk about the next set of flaws. Why is there not two fractions related to this next set?
These went through the laboratory process at different times, and that was due to the amount of male DNA versus the amount of female DNA in the samples. So for the vaginal swabs, there was enough where we thought we might be able to get an interpretable profile using autosomal STRs. We know that at certain levels of a male to female ratio, that female may mask that male that would be present and you wouldn't see a profile. So those we preserve straight for YSTR testing. And so they just go through a single extraction. Instead of separating it into the two different fractions, it stays as one.
So with regard to the swab, the anal swabs from Dina Presley and Rose Strand, which are listed up here as item 0202, can you tell the jury what your findings were related to that?
The YSTR profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of the male DNA profile. The selected profile is found in 0 of 16,388 total individuals within the US database, YHRD version R69. Applying a statistical confidence interval of 95%, this profile is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 US males. In addition, any paternally related male relatives of Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of this male DNA profile.
And then with regard to item 0203, the oral swabs from Dina Presley and Rose Strand. Can you read that?
The partial YSTR profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of the male DNA profile at the following loci: DYS 448, DYS 19, DYS 549, DYS 437, DYS 390, and DYS 456. At these loci, the selected profile is found in 0 of 16,388 total individuals within the US database, YHRD version R69. Applying a statistical confidence interval of 95%. This profile is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males. In addition, any paternally related male relatives of Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as the contributor of this male DNA profile.
Now, this was explain the difference between the first sets of swabs and this one as far as the profile that was obtained.
The first ones don't have partial. So a full profile is where we get information of every location that we're testing for. A partial profile means that we are missing information within those locations that we're looking at.
But not that you have the wrong information, correct?
No, it most of the time is due to the quantity of DNA that's in the profile.
And even with the partial profile, were you able to get essentially the same statistical probability or likelihood ratio?
It was the same statistic.
And just to summarize, can you tell us whether or not Tanner Horner was excluded as a possible contributor from the vaginal swab of the strain?
He could not be excluded from fraction 1, the epithelial cell fraction, or from fraction 2, the sperm cell fraction.
And can you tell us whether or not he can be excluded from the anal swabs of the theme strain?
He could not be excluded.
And can you tell us whether or not he could be excluded from the oral swabs of the Tina and Presley Monroe strain?
He could not be excluded.
Now I want to talk to you about your other report. I think we have, can I check with what were 299 and 302 have both been admitted? Is that correct?
Yes.
With regard to the other swabs, are those documented on a different, or the other items that were tested for autosomal STR, were those documented on a different report?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 301 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, it's a copy of my report.
And does that document the findings that you made related to the items that were tested for autosomal STR?
Mine and Elizabeth C. Strunks.
And her, before I offer it, explain what she did as opposed to what you did for this report.
Elizabeth C. Strunk cut the samples. Once they were chosen to be sent forward for the DNA analysis process, she cut them and got them ready for that process. She also, from I believe 2 of the items, collected apparent trace evidence, which could be hairs or fibers from inside of some of the baggies that we store them in. And so that's documented on here.
But as far as any analysis, that was all done by you, correct?
Correct, of the DNA, yes.
All right. I will offer evidence State's Exhibit number 301 at this time.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 301 is admitted.
And may I publish it?
Yes, sir.
So we've already kind of talked about the process that has taken place leading up to your analysis and interpretation. Kind of walk us through on the autosomal, what you do when you get a certain item that's been gone through the process as far as the extractions and all those things, but now you're interpreting the data. Can you walk us through that?
Yes, so similarly to the YSTR profiles, when I get a profile, I will look at it, determine if it's partial or full, whether or not we got information on all of the locations or only some of them. I will also then try to determine how many individuals I believe are contributing to that profile. Then I will run it through a program called StarMix. This is a probabilistic genotyping software that just aids the analyst in separating out any possible contributors within a mixture profile. And then if there is a known reference to compare to, it will also provide a statistic, the likelihood ratio that I spoke about.
Now, on the autosomal SPR analysis, let's just kind of start going through your report. And I want to make sure we understand what you dealt with. So you're taking one of the, let me ask you about the profile from the DNA swab, the vocal swab from Tanner Horner. Is that also, has that been separated out as far as portion for the different profile for the YSTR, or is it the same profile?
They're different profiles, but from the same sample. So in the process of the DNA analytical process, the third step, amplification, they're just using different kits, and that is just one is for autosomal STR analysis to obtain that profile, and one is for YSTR to obtain that YSTR profile. But it's the same sample.
And so let's talk about, start going through the actual items. So the first thing we see is 0102AB, and what is that?
That is a stain from left sleeve from FedEx Polo from suspect's property.
And I'm not gonna have you read every word of this, because we'll be here all afternoon if we do that for every item. But let's talk about, is this on fraction, was this divided into the two fractions?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and was, with regard to fraction 1, I want you to explain a little bit, get an understanding is, with regard to fraction 1, might you see both the suspect and the victim of the case in the same statistical analysis, like in this case, potentially?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the epithelial fraction, correct?
Yes, we started referring to them as fraction 1 and fraction 2 instead of the sperm cell fraction, epithelial cell fraction. But yes, that fraction 1 is the epithelial cell fraction.
With regard to fraction 2, if it's a female's DNA, are you going to ever have that person within that fraction?
If there's a lot of female in the profile, it could also be present in that. When you're doing the differential extraction process, it's almost, kind of think about it as like when you mix oil and water and you're trying to get that top layer off, you don't want to go down too far to go into that bottom layer. So you may leave a little bit, and then those cells are actually extracted during that process. So you can have both in that.
Okay. But let's talk about, first of all, on this, the epithelial cell fraction. So we're talking about the left sleeve of the FedEx polo from the suspect's property. And as far as whether that was from his house or whether it's from his property in jail, that's explained in the, I think in the previous testimony as to which is which. I believe from Jackie had done the initial screening.
Correct.
So on this, with regard to this particular, would this be a stain? So a stain is something that's cut out of an item of clothing, correct?
It could be cut out. It also could be swabbed. It was just a specific area on that clothing that was determined to be sent forward for processing.
And what was sent for processing, can you give us what the findings were for that particular item?
The DNA profile from fraction 1 of this item is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 53.1 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
Okay, stop there for a second. So in this part of the statistical analysis, you're just determining whether Tanner Horner can be excluded, is that right?
Correct. Every known reference that we have is compared to every evidentiary profile to determine whether or not they could be included or excluded.
So then you next look at whether or not the victim can be excluded, is that correct?
Correct.
Correction, lady,
Staying, don't read your riddles.
Apologize, Your Honor. What were your findings with relation to the victim as far as whether or not she could be excluded?
The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Athena Strand and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 951 trillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
Now, we know, what do we know as far as them individually? Can either one of them be excluded?
So those likelihood ratios, they are an inclusionary likelihood ratio.
So both of them are included, is what you're saying?
Correct.
All right. So now, when you put them both together, do you do another statistical analysis as to what the likelihood is that they both are contributors?
Yes. So when we run the statistic with each individual and there's an inclusionary statistic obtained, we want to make sure that while they are included separately, that they also are included together in that profile.
And what was the likelihood with regard to both of them being included in the profile?
The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner, Athena Strand, and 1 unrelated unknown individual is 133 duodecillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. These likelihood ratios indicate very strong support for the propositions that Tanner Horner and Athena Strand are both contributors of the profile.
And at the end of State's Exhibit number 301, do you have some graphs that show the different likelihood ratios and what the propositions that come from them and the numbers related to that?
There is a chart, and that's, it tells what the likelihood ratio number is, and then the verbal scale, that was the addition, and how much support that likelihood ratio is actually given to that hypothesis.
And what does it have to be in order for it to be listed as very strong support?
That would be a likelihood ratio of 1 million or more.
Okay, and in this case, I believe you stated it was 133 duodecillion times, correct?
For the co-contributor statement, yes.
For both of them being contributed,
Correct.
as opposed to 3 unrelated. Is that right?
Correct.
So with that, can you kind of give us a frame reference for what duodecillion means? Because that's not a number I think a lot of us use.
No, so a duodecillion is a 1 with 39 zeros. A billion is a 1 with 9 zeros. A trillion is a 1 with 12 zeros. So it kind of, those are numbers that you may be able to grasp.
So, and we're gonna go down through, kind of use that as a framework with which to discuss the other statistical findings from the different stains. So there's, the next item is 0102 AD. Is that a, another stain from the same shirt?
Yes.
And is that essentially, maybe not, the numbers are not exactly the same. I don't know if they are or not, but does it basically still have very strong support that both of them are contributors?
These likelihood ratios indicate very strong support for the propositions that Tanner Horner and Athena Strand are both contributors to the profile.
In this case, it was only 73 octillion times greater. Is that right? Am I looking at that incorrectly? Maybe I'm looking. Oh, I'm sorry. In this case, it was 245 quattrodecillion. Is that more or less than duodecillion?
So a quattrodecillion is a 1 with 45 zeros.
So very strong support, both contributors. So let's go on to the sperm cell fractions of those two. Was Athena Strand excluded from the sperm cell fractions of those first two items?
The DNA profile from fraction 2 of this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. I'm sorry, this is for a 102 AB.
Yes. So we're looking at, I asked you about two at once, and that's my fault. But 0102 AB, let's talk about that first.
The DNA profile from fraction 2 of this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. The probability of obtaining this profile, if the DNA came from Tanner Horner, is 112 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from an unrelated unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner is a contributor of the profile. Athena Strand is excluded as a contributor of this profile.
And I guess the reason I was asking about the female DNA earlier is you have one fraction of the same swabbing or material that is sent forward. One she's included, one she's excluded. Give us kind of the reasoning for that. You understand what I'm saying? You got the epithelial section, you got the sperm cells fraction. One she's strong, very strong support. She's one of the contributors versus the other she's excluded.
Correct.
So, is that because it's really just looking for male DNA?
Sustained, don't leave your witness.
Yeah, reasoning for that is there.
It could be that it doesn't separate it by male, and the extraction process itself is made to try and separate any possible sperm cells. That doesn't mean that it is from sperm cells, it's just that it's possible sperm cells. And like I said, there could be that bleed over where someone could be included in it, but we can't say what exactly type of DNA that sample is from.
But on these two samples that we've talked about so far, when the sperm cell fraction was separated out, can you tell us whether or not Athena was actually excluded from the sperm cell fraction?
She was for a 102 AB, she was excluded.
And what about the next one, the 102 AB?
The DNA profile from fraction 2 of this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. The probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner is 116 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from an unrelated unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner is a contributor of the profile. Athena Strand is excluded as a contributor of this profile.
Let's talk about, we know that the first several swabs or cuttings that were sent forward were from the FedEx Polo from the suspect's property, correct?
Correct.
So that would include 102 AB, AD, AE, AF, and AG. And a H and a I as well, correct?
Correct.
And were those similar findings on the others is what we've already described? I mean, I don't want to go, maybe I won't ask you to compare, because I know you got to read the whole thing if I did.
Correct.
So what I'm going to do is just say, those come from the same item of clothing. So essentially, the results that we've already received kind of give us the information we may want to know about that particular clothing item.
I was gonna say, is there a question?
I'm just, okay, let me move on.
Please do, let's move on.
Let's move on from the polo shirt. Now let's talk about the swabbing of the stain from the inside of the gray sweatshirt from the suspect's property. Okay. What were the findings related to that item on the autosomal STR?
For a 103 AA,
Is that one, some of these, I don't necessarily, if there's not findings that connect both the two, I'm gonna skip over those. Is that one, if it comes from, if an item of clothing comes from a specific individual, can you tell us whether or not, what your expectations would be as far as finding that particular individual's DNA on that particular item?
I can't speak to how, if I expect DNA, but when the transfer of DNA from your skin, whether it be on clothing or something you touch, there is a possibility that there is transfer of your DNA. So it is not uncommon to find a person's profile on something that they wear.
All right, I'm going to skip all the way down to some of the swabs that were collected in the truck. I'm going to look at, go down to 0115 AA. And what was that?
A 115 AA is passenger side cargo door step swabs from truck.
Give me just a second to get there. So this would be a swab, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you give us the findings for that particular swab from the passenger side cargo door step from the truck?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile, if the DNA came from Tanner Horner and 2 unrelated unknown individuals, is 894 quintillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner is a contributor to the profile. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Athena Strand and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 8,640 times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates moderate support for the proposition that Athena strand is a contributor to the profile. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner, Athena strand, and one unrelated unknown individual is 17 octillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner and Athena strand are both contributors to the profile.
Going on down to 0115 AE, the passenger side wheel well. Can you read that as well?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 10.5 million times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Athena strand and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 334 trillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner, Athena strand, and 1 unrelated unknown individual is 2.59 octillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. These likelihood ratios indicate very strong support for the propositions that Tanner Horner and Athena strand are both possible contributors to the profile.
Thank you, Ms. Casoda. At the time that you were working on these items and obtaining the results in your report, had the depletion items also been sent to the Bodie lab in Thornton, Virginia?
Yes.
In somewhat close in proximity in time, did they also come back with the results from their analysis of those items?
I believe so.
And may I approach your honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 304. Could you look in that and see if you recognize that or have seen that before?
It appears to be a copy of their report.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer the evidence, State's Exhibit number 304, pursuant to some previous.
Yes, Your Honor, no objection to our previous discussion.
Okay. State's Exhibit 304 is admitted.
So on this report, do you have a copy of this?
I do.
Okay. And I'd like you to look at just 2 specific items, and that would be the what was from our lab, I believe it was 0112 AB01, the swabbing from the right hand fingernail clippings and clipper from Athena Presley Monroe strand, and then the next item 0102 AC01, swabbing from the left hand fingernail clippings from Athena Presley Monroe strand.
1112 AC.
01-12 AC 01. Is that good?
Yes.
All right. So if you can find those in the results, I'd like to just read their results in related to those items. They have a different number, so you got to go back to the front.
Mhm. So there's some results at the beginning.
Were those YSTR or were those autosomal SDR?
There was male DNA screening conclusions.
Okay. I'm not worried so much about that. I want to look at page 4 on the YSDR profile obtained from those items. Can you read the results on those?
Their report states samples CCX2517-0764-E-05 and CCX2517-0764-E-06 were processed for DNA typing by analysis of short tandem repeat STR loci specific to the male Y chromosome, also called YSTRs, using the PowerPlex Y23 kit.
All right. So if you go down to part 2, under there, where it says a YSDR profile was obtained from the sample ending in 05, which corresponds, if you look at the first page, what does that correspond to?
That corresponds to 01-12-AB-01, which was the swabbing of right hand, fingernails, clippings, and clipper from Athena Presley Monroe Strand.
And what was the result, looking back at page 4, with regard to the YSDR profile obtained from that item?
The report states a YSDR profile was obtained from sample CCX2517-0764-E-05, male 1 in parentheses. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a possible contributor of the YSDR profile obtained from sample CCX2517-0764-E-05. The YSDR profile obtained is at least 1,923 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Tanner Horner than if from an unknown, unrelated male individual from the U.S. population.
If you just skip down to page, continue on page 4, but number 3, I don't want you to read the whole thing, but just as far as the numbers, the ratio, is that the same in that item as well? As in the previous items you just read?
I'm sorry?
Is the number of not 1,923 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Tanner Horner? Is that the same on that item as it was under item number 2?
That number is the same.
Yes. Okay. The item is different, but the number is the same. Is that right?
Correct.
Are there other results in this report as well from different items that were tested?
Yes.
Okay. But that report is now in evidence and the jury can see that for themselves. So with that, Your Honor, I believe I am ready to pass the witness.
briefly on it. Good afternoon, Mrs. Soto.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. Thank you for coming in today. Just want to ask you a couple of follow-up questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
We talked about this before, the way your submission form is set up, when you receive the materials, it will identify, whether it's from, in this case, Athena Strand or Tanner Corner, correct?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, when you, materials come in, it'll say that it's sample believed to be from the suspect, or is it sample believed to be from the victim, correct?
For both, like known samples or from evidentiary samples?
I think for both, because the evidentiary samples, I believe, illustrate like shirt from defendant's life, right? You're not dealing with, I guess what I'm saying, you have some idea of who it's believed to be from.
Correct. Whatever is listed on the submission form by the agency, that is what we label it as in our system.
And I'm gonna focus more on just kind of the YSTR testing that you did. So I believe from Ms. Ferrera's report, and I'll wait for your work, there was no additional testing done to determine if there were sperm cells in the semen, meaning none of the microscopic examination was made on the sexual assault kit swabs.
Correct. We do not process sexual assault kits for the presence of semen. They go straight for DNA for any possible male DNA.
And it was not requested that you do that kind of microscopic examination.
Correct.
Now, two of the items that came into evidence, one was State's Exhibit 299, which is the April 19, 2023 report. And I believe it's State's Exhibit 303, which is the supplement.
I'm not sure of their numbers, but yes, I know which reports you're referring to.
And that the supplement was dated September 15, 2025.
Correct.
And you said that you had issued the supplement in response to some new guidance about the, what do we call it, the verbal indicators that you had?
The verbal scale, yes, sir.
But that didn't change the findings in the report.
Correct. It did not change the statistic.
So the statistics was that, if I understand it correctly, it was 2 times greater the probability of obtaining the profile from the victim and one unrelated unknown individual than from the victim and the suspect.
So the probability of obtaining this mixture profile, if the DNA came from the victim and one unrelated unknown individual, is 2 times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from the victim and the suspect.
Now, I know you already explained why, so I'm not necessarily going into that, but this YSDR testing was done in 2025, correct?
Correct.
And I know that Ms. Ferreras, she testified yesterday that in doing her male screening on the oral swab, it was inconclusive as to male DNA being present. Is that correct?
Her report states the detection of male DNA on this item was inconclusive, utilizing the Flexer HY quantification kit due to the low male quantification value. The item was collected and retained.
That's the same swab that you used in your testing, correct?
Correct.
Now, earlier when you were testifying about the persons who are not excluded, you talked specifically about male relatives of the defendant.
Correct.
But that wasn't, the statistics are a little confusing. The 1 in 5,471 US males means that there are other males that would not be excluded as well.
That is a possibility.
Because there's, I don't know how many males in the US, but 150 million plus.
Correct. It's used to put the statistic of 0 in 16,388 into the maximum number that it could possibly be seen within the US male population.
We talked a lot about the small sample size and maybe being overwhelmed by the female DNA Is that correct?
Are you talking about like in a profile where you might have a lot of female, that any possible male profile? Yes, it can. The female essentially masks a low level or could mask a low level male profile.
Now, we talked about separating it into fraction 1, the epithelial fraction, fraction 2, the sperm fraction, but you testified today that that doesn't necessarily mean that all of the DNA in the sperm fraction is from semen.
Correct.
And probably the same with the epithelial side, you don't know you can't know all the sources of DNA, but you're trying to separate them.
Correct.
Do you know, if I said a single drop of semen contained roughly 1 million sperm cells, 750,000 sperm cells, do you know if that would be roughly accurate?
I think that could be dependent on a lot of factors that I probably can't. Some people make more sperm than others. Some could have low sperm counts. That I can't really answer that.
Okay. So you wouldn't necessarily know if on average ejaculate would be around 300 million sperm cells.
I'm not aware of the number.
So on the measurements that you made for the vaginal swab, is the DNA roughly 1 nanogram
For which one? I'm sorry.
for the vaginal swab?
For which fraction?
Can I have a fresh shot?
Yes.
It's very small.
I'm not gonna see if you make those, but I was relying on that calculation. I believe it's the first two.
Correct. So it's, yes.
Okay. You can hold on to that for a second. Okay, so we're talking about roughly 1 nanogram of DNA material.
So so in the quantification step, we look at how much total human DNA is within the sample, as well as how much male DNA is within the sample. In the sperm cell fraction, or fraction 2 of the vaginal swab, the total autosomal amount of DNA within that sample was 4.46 nanograms per microliter. And then the epithelial cell fraction, or fraction 1, it was 117 nanograms per microliter of total DNA.
Okay, so the DNA in a single sperm cell is roughly 0.0035 nanograms.
I don't know the exact number.
Okay. And so, but we can take your numbers divided by that, and we'd have some idea of how many, if they were actually sperm cells, how many sperm cells would be present.
I guess theoretically you can, but I can't say what it's from or that it's sperm at all.
No. I'm just saying, if we assumed it was all from sperm cells, we're talking, for 1 nanogram, we'd be talking 285. If it's 4, we're talking 4 times that, 1,000.
I would need a calculator.
Okay. Now, you are obviously not involved in actually collecting those swabs, correct? That's from the autopsy.
Correct.
So we talked before, and I talked to Ms. Kelly a little bit about the portions of your job that are kind of subjective, why we need a human interpreter. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
The interpretation itself can be subjective. I am, based on your training and your experience, you are looking at these profiles and looking at a lot of different factors within each location that we look at and the entirety of the profile to determine how many individuals we believe are contributing to that profile.
And I use the example with her, and I believe I've talked to you about this before too. I'm not a microbiologist, so I see the little chart that prints out and you've got the gray lines showing where the alleles would be. And that's kind of the thing you have to look at and decide what's an artifact, what's real, what's a mixture, that sort of thing, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, and then specifically with the YSTR, you don't get to use the StarMax software with that, correct?
StarMix.
StarMix, sorry.
Right.
And that's not available because this is a different thing you're looking at, so you're having to do those calculations differently.
Correct.
And then that's kind of where your interpretation comes in, and then you get others to help you review it.
Correct. Each one is technically reviewed by another qualified analyst and then administratively reviewed.
Now, also in your lab, it noted that the information you came in was submitted to CODIS.
Which, I'm sorry, can you tell me which report?
Should be 302. I'm sorry, I just have the state exhibit number. That would be the
Hold on.
September 15th, 2025 sexual assault kit.
That's none of these. Which one?
I think it was the September 2025 sexual assault kit one. It may have been on the other one, last one.
But for the vaginal swabs on that report, yes.
Okay, so what is CODIS?
So CODIS is the Combined DNA Index System. This is a national database that offender and arrestee and detainee samples are entered into, as well as any profiles from evidence samples. And then this is used to hopefully connect either cases to each other or cases and unknown profiles to individuals.
And to your knowledge, there were no hits, there were no connections made from that entry.
Not that I'm aware
Pass the witness, John.
Please, right? No further questions, Your Honor. May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's take our afternoon break, okay? Call you back in 10 minutes to 3.
Maitland, Maitlyn. And my last name is Gandy, Gandy.
We want in the restroom, so.
I'm sorry?
Everyone may be seated. All right, we are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Staton.
Thank you, Judge. Man, we've seen you sitting here in court since this case started. Would you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Maitland Gandy. I'm better known as the mother of Athena Presley Monroe Strand.
And I'm going to show you something that's been admitted already in the evidence. Would you please?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson talked about this picture here, and I want to ask you, she mentioned that she had a little grin on his face. Do you have a better explanation about why she has a grin on her face?
I do. So this was taken about a month before she was murdered. And we were at a Mexican restaurant in our hometown. And I wanted to get a picture of her and her baby sister, my baby sister, all together. And she stole an orange from my drink and she had it in her mouth to look like she looked like a little monkey. And I took the original picture, not noticing the orange in her mouth. And then of course, being the mom that I am, I said, Athena Presley. And she immediately closed her lips around that orange so she could hide the orange and take the picture that I wanted.
That's the reason for the grin.
Yes, sir.
You said this picture was taken when?
About a month before she was killed.
Let me show you another picture that's been admitted to the evidence. And I think we've seen this. When was this picture taken?
That was taken on November 26th of 2022. It was a Saturday. It was about 1:30 p.m. And that was in the front seat of my Jeep.
And notice she's got a white shirt on here. What's the symbolism of this white shirt? What's she wearing?
It says, "We are family 2022," because we always had matching fall pajamas for Halloween and matching Christmas pajamas. It was a part of our holiday tradition.
And was it just her, or was there somebody else with them?
No, you can see my baby, Rylan.
Is this right here?
Yes.
And how many days before she was murdered was this picture taken?
4 days.
4 days. And I'm noticing something on her head here. What's on her head?
That is her red bow for Christmas, because red was the theme for our family that year.
Ma'am, I notice you have something in your hand there. Show that to the jury.
This is her red bow.
Is that the same red bow that we see in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Do you leave home without that?
Not when I come to this state.
Okay. Maybe back home every once in a while?
Every once in a while. Quick trip to Walmart, maybe.
Something else about this picture, was this one of the last times you saw Athena?
I had a little bit more than 24 hours left with her. I just didn't know it at the time.
And we heard from Ms. Thompson that Athena was living here for a little while. And I guess that little more time is the time it took you to get from where you were in Oklahoma to the meeting spot with Jacob. Is that right?
Yes.
And I say Jacob, who's Jacob?
Jacob is Athena's daddy.
And where do y'all normally meet?
ASAP in Bowie, Texas.
Okay. Is that a convenience store?
It's a gas station of sorts. It's gotten better over the years.
Okay. Stop and rob, if you will.
Yes, sir.
So y'all exchange on that day, right?
We exchanged Sunday, November 27th of 2022.
You remember the last thing you said to Athena?
I told her that I loved her and that I would see her on Friday. We had a quick drop off because her daddy was going to take them to the Christmas lights that night. So it's not the goodbye that I would have wanted.
So you and Jacob, when is Athena born with you and Jacob? What's her birthday?
She was born Saturday, May 23rd of 2015 at 9:01 p.m.
And let me ask you, from the time she was born until the last time you saw her, how would you describe her as a child?
She was the perfect mixture of me and Jacob. She loved to wear her pretty princess dresses, but at the same time, she would play in the dirt in those same pretty princess dresses. And she was free and she was wild and she was bright and she was loving. She wanted to be loved and to give love, and that's it.
Now, as she got older, did she have some things that were kind of her favorites and the things that she liked to do?
That's a broad question to ask. Athena loved everything. She loved life. We liked to watch movies together. It was very common for us to have movie nights, popcorn and candy. It was very common for her to want to ride her horse with her Aunt Kate. It was very common for her to want to do anything outdoors with her father, so long as her father was around. She watched him butcher animals. She watched him clear property. As long as Daddy was around, she was great with being dirty and being outside.
So that people are clear, or you and Jacob, would you agree with me, y'all live a country life?
Very much so.
And when you say butchering animals, Jacob's a bit of a hunter, right?
Yes.
I just don't want people to think that we're out, on the other side of Fort Worth doing that in the front yard, okay?
No.
So let's talk a little bit about you and Jacob. You and Jacob were young when you had Athena.
Very
And how
much
old were you?
I was 19 when I had Athena.
And Jacob was a little older than you?
Jacob was 23. He had just turned 23.
And I think we may have heard this. We heard from Ashley, Jacob's wife at the time. You and Jacob didn't stay together.
No, we didn't.
Permanently. But let me ask you, how do you feel you and Jacob were as parents for Athena?
There were rough moments, but we always had an agreement that those rough moments didn't need to enter into our children's lives. we co-parented, in my opinion.
Hey, I caught something. If anybody could, excuse me, y'all. I've been sitting here drinking coffee and watching this. Listen, for anybody that can type or that's in here or whatever, I just caught something. So it sounded like she said, well, he said, the prosecutor, he said that lady, the stepmom, was Jacob's wife at the time. So does that mean, because I didn't catch it when she was on the stand, like I was really multitasking that day. So I don't know if the stepmama or ex-stepmama said something about them not being together anymore. I didn't catch it. I'm sure I missed something she said. But anywho, long story short, so do you think that they're not together anymore? And could it be because of what happened to Athena that day? Because y'all do remember that according to the stepmama, her and Athena had a disagreement or whatever, or she said or did something that Athena didn't like, and Athena ended up leaving out the house. And the stepmama didn't know claimed she didn't know that Athena had left out the house, which resulted in her being outside when that truck came through. She got hit and ultimately was unalive. So do you think that had an effect on their marriage? And because this was like 4 years ago, so, and they're not together anymore because of that. What y'all think?
Pretty dang well. Because as long as Athena's needs were met and she was happy, that was important to him and I.
Any doubts at all that you or Jacob or your family in Oklahoma or his family here in Texas absolutely loved Athena?
There is no doubt whatsoever that every single person that has ever met Athena, besides maybe one, absolutely loved Athena.
Is that the kid on the bus?
It's actually the defendant in this case. I would like to think that he doesn't love her. That kid on the bus may also not particularly care for her.
The one she smacked in the head with a water bottle.
Mommy did teach her that no means no.
Right. So independent?
She gets that from me.
Okay. And strong?
Physically, she gets that from her father.
Now, you told me about an event. It's actually a tragic event. Your mother died 4 or 5 years ago. Is that right?
It's been, it's been almost 8 years. This year will make 8.
8 years ago. And tell me what happened with regard to that. And I don't want to ask you about your mom's death, but I think it involves Athena, and I'd like you to tell the jury about that.
Well, it was Friday, December 28th of 2018. I had went to work early that morning, as I did all the time. And my mom wasn't supposed to die. She was just fine, but she used to keep Athena for me whenever I went to work. And she just died. But Athena, being Athena, I don't know how she knew. I didn't train her. I didn't teach her what death was. She hadn't had death in her life. But she ran out to my Nana's house, which would be her great-grandmother. And it's about an acre away. Each of these houses are on about an acre. And she went and got help. And the only reason we know that is because there's a Ring camera outside the house. And she just kept telling my Nana, Grammy's dead. My Nana, being my Nana, didn't grab her phone before she left the house and couldn't get into my mom's phone because it had a code on it. So she sent Athena another acre away in the opposite direction to get more help. She was only 3.5.
So at 3.5 years old, she's toddling herself all over the place to try to help her mom.
Yes. Next to me, pretty positive my mom loved her more than anyone else in this world did.
Do you remember when you got the call and when you received the information that Athena had gone missing? Do you remember that time?
I do.
And where were you at that time when you got the information that she had just been missing?
I was in my house. My phone had died, and Jacob called my little sister, who was too far out from me. So she called my older sister, and my older sister came banging on the door like you would have thought the house was on fire. And I opened the door and she said, Athena's missing. And immediately I said, no, she's not. So I went and got my phone, and Jacob's name popped up on my phone.
So you knew something was not right.
Yes.
Now, how far is it from your house in Oklahoma to County Road 3573 that we've been talking about?
Typically, it's about a 2-hour drive.
And how fast did you make that drive on that particular day?
I made it within 45 minutes.
Now, let me ask you, did you go straight there? Or did you have a stop along the way?
Unfortunately, I let my car run pretty clear out of gas, and I said that I would get gas before work the next morning. So I had to stop and get gas in Comanche.
And so then you found your way this direction.
Yes, I did.
Some people will say that moms know when things happen. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
How do you know something wasn't right?
On my way down to Jacob's house, I stayed on the phone with him pretty well most of the way until I got to about Ryan, Oklahoma. And then it felt like I was dying. I couldn't breathe, but I knew I had to keep going. I almost tapped the brakes because I thought I was having a heart attack. But I just told myself that if I kept going, it would be okay and I would find her.
So long as mama can get there, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
You get there, Athena's still missing.
Yeah.
What do you do in that time period between when she's missing and when we evidently find out what happened? What do you do during that time period?
When I got there, an officer asked me who I was. I told him I was Athena's mom. He directed me back inside my Jeep and told me that they were bringing dogs out and that my scent could throw the dogs off. So I had to stay inside my Jeep.
And then during those next 2 days, what are you doing during those next 2 days?
At 4:00 in the morning on Saturday, December 1st, an officer had told me that they had taken away the dogs and I could get out of the vehicle. And I asked him, can I search myself? He said yes. So Ashley's dad, Jacob's dad, my uncle, and Jacob and I went out and searched all of Jacob's property and the surrounding properties, even though all of those people were probably sound asleep in their own beds, and we didn't ask permission. And later that day, when more volunteers had come out and more officers arrived, I had talked to a few different investigators throughout the time. I walked lineups. I walked that county road over and over and over again. I searched Jacob's Ponds, but she wasn't there. And I'm not from that county, so I didn't know where else to go. And I didn't know where else to look. I just knew she wasn't there.
Heard from Sheriff Aiken that he had a meeting with you and Jacob, actually, and some of your family members at a church in Cottonville. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes, I do.
And I know this may be tough, but I think it's important. When you're told that Athena's no longer with us, what's your first reaction?
I wanted to tell Sheriff Aiken that he didn't know what he was talking about. I asked him if I could confirm that that was my daughter, and he told me no, because she looks too bad. And I went into a place of denial. I stopped breathing and I started to black out as I heard Ashley screaming. I knew it. I knew it was him.
At some point, you gotta be a mom again, don't you?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you gotta plan a funeral, don't you?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you gotta see Athena for yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that happen?
Yes. On Tuesday, December 6th of 2022, I was allowed to see Athena for the first time. I went in about an hour before I'd actually told Jacob to show up, because I didn't know what she would look like, and I didn't know how bad it would be. And I didn't want him to see our daughter like that. So I went in around 8 in the morning with just my dad. And her ears were messed up. And she had incision lines. And her chin was scraped up. And so we put her in a hospital gown because I didn't have clothes for her. And she was naked. And I searched her body looking for any reason that that wasn't my baby. And then we did her makeup so Jacob wouldn't have to see the discoloration and how bad it was.
Still gotta be a mom, don't you?
Yes, always.
Always. I'm gonna make a guess that Athena didn't stay in that little gown very long, did she?
No, she did not. It wasn't pretty enough.
Tell me what mom does to go fix that.
Well, I wasn't from Wise County. I didn't know where to go or what to do, and I couldn't sleep. So I wandered around Walmart until I found a few dresses to pick from. And I wanted to make sure that she was just, when I got to her, she was so cold and she didn't like the cold. So I wanted to make sure that she was dressed. So I picked out clothes. I picked out socks and panties and shoes and leggings and dresses. And I wanted to make sure she had one of her bows. So I got her some bows.
It's a pretty consistent theme with her with the bow.
There's actually a joke that me and my cousin do. We have a child. Well, I did have a child around the same age. But back in 2014, 2015, it was very common to put bows on little girls that were bigger than their head. And Athena just kind of adapted that and never grew out of it.
That's why we got this picture here.
Yeah.
Now, do you have another daughter?
I do.
And what's the age difference between your other daughter and Athena?
4 years and 7 months.
Now, I've asked 4 of witnesses to describe for me their favorite picture of your younger daughter and Athena. Do you have one?
It was the first one I ever took of them together.
So that'd be right after your daughter was born.
Yes, sir.
And what's Athena doing in this picture?
She's holding Rye, and she is beaming. She'd been asking me for a sibling for a year or more, and she finally got her. I didn't want her to be alone if something ever happened to me. Because when Mom died and Athena was asking for a sibling, I looked around and I said, hey, at least I've got my sisters.
Let me ask you about your daughter. How old was your second daughter? Athena was your first.
Yes, she was.
She also Jacob's first too.
Yes, she was.
And how old was your second daughter, Riley, when Athena was born? When Athena was born, I want to get this exact.
When Rye was born,
Yeah, when Riley was born, how old was Athena?
Athena was 4.5.
And then when Athena was killed, how old was
We had Athena's funeral on December 9th of 2022. I got her ashes the next morning on December 10th of 2022. And that was also Ryland's 3rd birthday. And I brought her sister home. It just wasn't the way I was supposed to.
How'd you go about talking to little sister about what happened to her big sister?
I didn't know how to tell her, and I didn't think I was strong enough to tell her. So I lied to her for a long time. I would tell her that she was just staying with her daddy for a little bit longer. And when she asked to FaceTime her or to call her, I would tell her that she was at school, or she was sleeping, or she was I would lie to her.
until about a year ago. She didn't know the whole truth. And, but I didn't tell her that Athena was dead and that she had been killed until Athena's, or what should have been Athena's 8th birthday.
So let me ask you about that. Today, how old would Athena be today?
She would be 10.
And if I remember correctly, she has a birthday upcoming, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
When would she turn 11?
May 23rd.
2026.
Yes, sir.
She'll be a 4th grader. Is that right?
She would be a 4th grader. She'd be getting ready to go into her 5th grade year.
During the course of this case, have you ever missed a hearing?
One.
And why do you make it a point to be at every hearing that we've had in this case?
Because I had to cover up handprint bruises around my daughter's neck. And because she no longer has a voice. And I want people to know that she's not just some story. She's not just some number. She's not just some picture you see in a headline. She was loved. She is loved. And she is missed, and she was real, and she had a life, and she wanted to live. And no one can take that from her. Not a single person can take that from her. And I will be her face, and I will be her voice, and I will make sure that every person in this world knows that she was loved and that she wanted to live. And we want her in our lives.
You've been getting evidence, information about this case since the beginning.
Yes.
And you've been sitting here and you've heard most all the evidence in this case.
Yes.
But in the very beginning, what kinds of things were you being given? What kind of information were you being given in the beginning?
I read Tanner Horner's arrest affidavit where he said he hit her with a truck and he panicked. So he attempted to break her neck and then it didn't work. So he strangled her.
Do you have a chance to look at the autopsy or anything else in this case?
When it came out, I read it. I drove down here the moment that my attorney contacted me and said it was being released. Got pulled over in Bowie for that one because I wanted to read it before the media released it to the public.
Now, if I remember correctly, you've got a little bit of medical training and knowledge, don't you?
Yes, sir.
What stood out to you when you read that information?
that there were no items of personal belongings listed with her, and that the only thing that was with her was the hands, or the bags around her hands. And I knew that that meant that she didn't have anything on her when she was found.
And how far along into this process was that?
That was in the summer of 2023.
And I'm just gonna ask you, how did you react to getting that information in the summer of 2023?
I didn't want to believe it. I told myself that I was wrong. I told myself that y'all just do stuff different down here in Texas. And because I'd rather be wrong about that than be right.
Ranger Espinoza has, we talked a little bit about some videos in this case. Excuse me. Did you have any chance to view or look at any portion of any videos in this case?
I did.
How much of it were you able to look at?
Maybe a minute, maybe two. I can't. And I'm very sorry to all of the innocent people that do have to watch that. I am so sorry. I'm sorry to you, and I'm sorry to y'all too. Because none of us, not Athena, not me, not anyone in this room besides Tanner Horner, asked for what's on that video. And Athena definitely didn't. I really am sorry.
We've been here a little over a week and a half. We've been here, seen some of the evidence in the case. What is it that sticks out to you? What do you want to know?
I know it sounds stupid, and I know it sounds selfish. I know he will never tell the truth. But I want to know where my daughter's shirt is. I want to know everything, but he won't tell me that. And I highly doubt that he cared enough to pay attention to when my daughter took her last breath. Because I brought her into this world, James. And I know when she took her first, I was there for that. I was there when she took her first steps and said her first word. But I wasn't there when she took her last. So I want to know where her shirt is. Because maybe he could give me that much grace.
Got a couple more questions for you, maybe. Athena's still in your life, isn't she?
Athena is in my life every day.
Every day.
Every day.
And I think I would be missing something if I didn't point out that you tend to have an affinity for a certain color. Would that be right?
For her, yes, sir. This is her favorite color. Yeah.
Not mom's favorite.
No, sir.
You keep her both. You got your pink.
Yes, sir.
Do you talk to Athena sometimes?
I talk to her every day.
What do you say to her when you talk?
I tell her that I'm sorry. That I wasn't there to protect her and to stop him. I tell her that I love her. And I talk to her about Rye and what she's doing in life and how much she loves and misses her. And I tell her about you and about Pat and about Michelle and about my attorneys and how y'all are working really hard to make sure that she's not forgotten and that she didn't just die and that we'll get justice for her.
I hear people say that if they just had a few more minutes to talk to somebody that they no longer have. You heard that before?
I've thought about it a lot.
You can ask. You had those things today. What would you tell her?
I'd tell her I'm sorry. And I would tell her how much she means to me, Dad, and her sisters, and how much she is loved, and how much we want her. And just, how sorry I am that I didn't protect her.
I know how hard it was being here. Thank you for being, the world to us.
Examination.
Ms. Andy, I'm very sorry for your loss. I'm not going to ask any questions today. Thank you very much.
May this witness be excused. Thank you. Okay, we're done for the day. We'll start back up at 9 o'clock. Okay, see you tomorrow.
All right, y'all. Yeah, I'm done for the day too. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for supporting this live stream. I appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow with day 8. Once again, I want to thank everybody that stuck around, that came through. If you didn't double tap the screen to like the live, please do so at this time. If you're not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. Hit the notification bell so we'll be notified. You will be notified whenever I go live. Shout out to my moderators. I appreciate y'all. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with day 8, y'all. Like I explained at the beginning, this is not a trial of a man that pled not guilty. He pled guilty And I think the reason why he pled guilty because he was charged with capital murder, and the punishment in Texas for capital murder is either I think it could be the death penalty. So I'm thinking he pled guilty in order not to receive the death penalty but life in prison. So with that being said, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with day 8. I appreciate y'all joining. Y'all have a blessed, beautiful rest of your day. Also, can y'all please send up prayers for Athena's family? Okay, thank y'all so much.